Can you confirm David, that's audio?
So the host, Robert K, has tried the meeting, connecting to audio.
Yeah.
Audio will be on YouTube, right?
Oh, yeah.
Eventually.
Yeah, audio's on YouTube, so.
Oh.
So Zoom doesn't have audio either.
Okay.
So what's the point?
Unless one of you wants to, it's so that we can see them. But I put it in IRC before that they have to join YouTube, because we don't have 2 webcams.
So Zoom is best to use as or
No, it's for them to join up.
Oh, there's audio.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
We ready to go then?
It's bad.
Yeah.
Simon?
You guys go audio on.
I'm not sure if it's loud enough. That's on full volume on my system.
Can you turn off the gain on in your system? Settings.
Isn't it just my output?
Wie weit ist es vorbei?
I think next year we should do a dry run. A rehearsal.
Yeah.
All right, I think we're good to go. Oh, just check asking if the volume's loud enough, but it's definitely a lag. I think you can start. I mean, the audio's up, there's lag.
Good. We'll see if we can fine tune things for tomorrow, but for the time being, let's get started. So first of all, thank you everyone for coming to Barcelona, or all of your attempts for coming to Barcelona. Yeah, I'm really sorry that Lucifer once again couldn't make it. Thank you, Spain. And of course, Adam, I don't know if you're even watching, if you're feeling sentient today, but what a shit deal. So, but here we are. I'm happy that we have the people here that we do. Welcome to Barcelona. And, okay, it's not even Barcelona, but not important. So, let's jump in. How did we do this year? I mean, obviously the year isn't over yet, but we still have 3 months to go. But for the first time, I did something new. I actually made a financial plan, which was sort of new. But with Alistair taking a break and pretty severe inflation and the team needing raises to to basically keep everyone on the level was really necessary, but that ended up being kind of tricky. So we ended up raising our prices. I'll talk more about that in a minute. But I was able to give everyone a raise, and I wanted to thank all of you guys for being so cool and honest in the process. Because most people told me straight up what they needed, what they wanted. Several of you lowballed yourselves in like, hey, give my raise to somebody else if need be, which is really amazing. In the end, I think everything got worked out for everyone, and that's really quite good, right? But the reality is that did add 8% to our costs annually. So that's pretty significant, which means that we basically need to pick up more customers just to stay on an even keel with the same team that we have. Not ideal, but this is the situation we're finding ourselves in. And when I did an analysis at the beginning of the pandemic as far as what would be the most drastic danger to MetaBrainz, I identified that inflation is the biggest problem, which I guess was foreshadowing because inflation was not something on anybody's mind at the beginning of the pandemic, but it was for me. We are now at a $35,000 burn rate for every month. And it feels kind of cool the first of every month to actually like spend $35,000. So every day, it's just kind of weird, but cool. Amazingly enough, with all of the machines that have grown, our extra hosting bill is still only $2,400. I mean, with Digital West was like $1,900 for years and years and years and years, and we had so many more machines and virtual machines. Like Zaz will tell us the actual count of machines in his presentation, I'm sure. And we're still spending $200 to go. We're trying to get rid of that. We can subsume that. We're now actually, even like last month, we earned $600 in interest, which is really new. Like, when did you last earn money in interest? So I'm taking all of the money that I have in the bank and moving it to Wise, where we're actually getting some interest. So if I keep all of our money there, we might cover half of our hosting costs, which is like, good deal, right? I'm happy for that. You?
Have you checked how much they guarantee?
The guarantee what?
Like, as in, because
3.1.
normal banks guarantee X amount of deposit, but they're not sure why it works.
It's fine.
Something to check.
It's fine.
Okay.
So as far as the year balance is concerned, my hope was to break even. I wasn't entirely optimistic about that. I think we're gonna have up to $20,000 loss this year. But you know, 20,000 loss in a year is really not a problem, given that we have got you know, over $400,000 in the bank. So for where we are, I'm happy with that. One thing I learned this year, and Adam knows this very well, he just said it yesterday and said like, oh yeah, increasing prices is hard, increasing salaries is easy. Something like that. So that's one of the things I hope to increase the prices for some of our customers, and they said, no. Right, and you know, but then there's other customers like large record label, won't name any names, was like, no, we can only, you know, we only allow 3 to 5% increases. I was gonna go roll with that one last year, but this next renewal, I'm just gonna say like, I'm terminating the contract. If you guys want to sign up again at our current market rates, do that. Otherwise, and I know those record labels very much dependent on us. So I'm gonna play a little bit more hardball next year because, you know, everybody's prices are going up. Why should we be exempt? So I'm just not gonna take it. We now have 12.3 months of money in the bank. That's actually a bit of an improvement over last year, which is quite good. Alistair was not around this year, and but now we have Unch. So the 12.3 months in the bank with Unch will actually just basically bring it down to 12 months. But that's perfectly even keel. I'm quite happy with that. That's really not very bad. However, one of the things, so I think at this point, there's still a huge amount of uncertainty. I would like to still keep us in cash hoarding mode, so let's not spend any money if we don't have to. That's as accepted, you know, hosting is really good hosting, so fine. But I need to have a discussion whether we can do 1% for open source. Maybe we can actually start with 0.5% for open source this year. We'll see, I have to think about it a little bit more. Other things that have happened this year, so we signed Epidemic Sound, and Epidemic Sound was speaking to Gracenote, Nielsen, and so this is, you know, don't know where I got this information from, but the word is that Gracenote's old product, CDDB, is still ticking along and still making money and so forth, but they now have a new database, which I suspect looks very much like MusicBrainz. And the word on the street is, it's not up to stuff. Yeah, right? Also, think about it, right? Competing with us is incredibly hard. We are adding 600, 800, 1,000 releases every day, right?
We'll get to that.
Right? How do you compete with that, right? And they can sit, I don't know, how many hundreds of people do you need to have on your team to keep up with that sort of shit? Not hundreds, but that's going to be difficult, right? So we're in a really good position because we can continue doing this, and we are building out our tools and so forth. So I'm quite happy with that. And Spotify's back, which is really neat, kind of cool. There's some interesting things that happened. So I don't know if you guys saw, but Spotify now has a now listening tab. Where did I hear that before? Other questions?
Yes, I'm up.
I'll take questions. I'll take questions later. But or if somebody actually can read the question for me, then I can take that now. But let me finish this point real quick. So it literally is called listening now, or now listening. I'm dyslexic. It's one of those, but it's really close to ours. But we can choose ours differently. We can just swap the words around. But I think there's something really kind of weird about this, because this feature dropped literally days after we signed the contract to Spotify. Was that a coincidence? Or is our data in listening now for Spotify? I don't know, right? We need to do some more digging, but the fact that Spotify now has a listening now tab is a total complete vindication that we're on the right track with our listening now tab. Ours, by the way, is so much better, but that's just my take. So, and we'll have to talk about the name clash. Probably need to talk to a lawyer about that to see if did they trademark that? Is that trademarkable? We did it first, we have prior art, because our stuff goes back like a year ago. Who knows? So it's quite interesting. So, obligatory graph. And as we know, our graphs need to go up and to the right. So, up and to the right. Let's go into detail on this particular graph. Right? This particular graph is actually supposed to be flat. Right? That is the whole goal of it. And that is, well, cut off here, but it is our current running balance. Yeah, this graph is useless. Good job, Mr. K. So this is the amount of money we have in the bank. This is the $400,000 mark. And this goes over a space of 2 years. And the idea is for this to be a flat straight line. Right? The idea is that our burn rate matches with the amount of money we have in the bank, and generally is flat. So when we take on a new person, so when that net goes up, we take on a new person, bring the line back up. So it's supposed to be flat. When you look at it, it's like, yeah, I'm okay with that, right? So this is the amount of money we have in the bank. You can see there's fluctuations because we have a couple of customers that in summertime pay us annual amounts. So our balance goes down, and then our annual customers pay us, and it's just the cycle. But yeah, it evens out. So good for that. So long-term goals I want to talk about, because I'm not entirely certain that those are clearly articulated. Partially because they've only really just kind of solidified in my head. And just in reviewing this the last couple of days, I actually realized that we're actually really executing very well on our strategy. So first of all, the goal is to grow our supporter base. Right? So the supporter base means, of course, customers. So companies supporting us. We don't have a lot of control over that, right? We are kind of subject to the whims of the market. So first we had intelligent assistants, but now the companies are realizing intelligent assistants aren't really going to work. We picked up some customers. I think they got addicted to the data, and are now working on AI things. And our data is going to be useful for AI things. And I have a feeling there's a bunch of people using our data to train AI, and they're like, wow, until the court cases come out, figuring out where and who's going to get sued and whether you have to pay for things, and yeah, you're going to have to pay for things. When that shakes out, there might be another wave of customers coming in from AI, not worried about getting sued. So that could be a potential way for us to grow our base later on. So one of the things we've been trying to do for a really long time is bring more users into MusicBrainz, right? We want more people participating in adding data, peer reviewing data, and so forth. And we're now getting there. We'll talk about that in a minute. And of course, also, BookBrainz is a full-fledged alternative to Goodreads. That's the thing I want to see, because there's so much negative press about Goodreads and how much Goodreads is actually having drastic influence on the book market and so forth. It is absolutely right for us to come in and chance that market. The good thing, ListenBrainz is blazing the path for this. ListenBrainz is blazing the path for recommendation systems, for having big data setups and so forth. So all the things when BookBrainz comes of age and is ready to be using these sorts of things, not going to be difficult, because we now have the knowledge in-house. And I find that really quite amazing. So one of the things that ListenBrainz was initially started as an alternative to Last.fm, an open version of Last.fm. And slowly it's been morphing a little bit. And we're now at a point where we're going to be working on the artist and the entity pages, artist and album pages inside the application. And with the work that Monkey's putting into that, I think we actually are possibly creating a destination site. A destination site for, hey, what does this artist say? Well, let me ask ListenBrainz, right? Because I used to think that was going to be MusicBrainz early in the day, but one of the things that Simon has made clear to me is that MusicBrainz has one target audience, and they're very geeky, right? I don't want none of this recommendation shit, none of this namby-pamby stuff, right? And the ListenBrainz community is a completely different group of people, right? They're really more focused on the music discovery aspect of side of things, and
Sorry, Rob, we've just got a request if you could move a bit to your left or more to your right so they can see the.
so I'm not in front of the screen.
Yeah,
Sounds
it is.
good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Thank you.
not these people.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
I'll try to stay back here. So MusicBrainz, I think ListenBrainz has an opportunity to actually be sort of a destination page, like almost like Snopes, like, oh, look this up, in a very nice user-friendly sort of way. I think we'll get some uptake on that. That could be really interesting as well. But the key thing that I wanted to accomplish with ListenBrainz, other than having really cool discovery tools that we can use ourselves, is to bring more users into MusicBrainz. And I'm very pleased to actually have seen in the last few days, there was one chap who was talking on the forums and said, hey, I came to MusicBrainz to turn my gray text into blue links. So that would be the mapping on ListenBrainz. And then I discovered MusicBrainz, and it's really cool, and I just stuck around. Right? So for me, this is like every when I talk about these things and creating these loops, these metadata loops, and doing these sorts of things, I always look for that first bit of proof that the process is working. And to me, that was the proof that the process is working, right? And we're seeing a lot of people entering data, getting into ListenBrainz and MusicBrainz. Hold it for a second. That to the point where this process is working. I'm very happy with it. So, as I said, I came to turn my gray text into blue links. So first of all, we had a question from the internet.
Prathafish. They ask, apart from writing code and donations, can we as contributors do anything from outside that would directly/indirectly contribute financially to MetaBrainz? Anything from evangelism, promotions, finding and bringing customers, etc. I'd love to lend a hand, but I'm just not sure what anybody needs or how I would go around fulfilling any of those needs.
Okay. Prathafish, the answer is coming later on in my presentation, probably one of the next points. Would you do me a favor, if I don't answer your question in terms of this presentation, please ask the question at the end of the session again. Okay, Monkey?
I wanted to say something on this subject. I'm maybe a little biased being part of the MetaBrainz team, but my amount of MusicBrainz contribution has shot up
Drastically.
as features in MusicBrainz or added to the website. Obviously, it's a narrow view, but it's definitely working for me.
Yeah. And the missing data from MusicBrainz page leads a lot more love, but it's definitely a grease skids shoot for getting people over to MusicBrainz. And this is powerful. These are the types of things that we really want to be doing. Any other questions? All right, let's move on.
Just about the project you had last year to support some open source projects that you are using. So I'm looking forward.
That's a summer topic we should have.
We should have it again.
And how to accomplish that, and whether we feel safe enough in our current financial state. So this next section actually really starts getting to answering Prathamesh's question. So the publicity game. So Simon has done a bang-up job talking with Rasami. Rasami is one of our board of directors, and she used to be in the music industry and getting publicity done, and that was her job. She's been out of the game for a while. She's decided that London is kind of not a great place, and that riding horses in Portugal would make her a lot happier. So she stepped out of this, but she said, I'm willing to help MusicBrainz a little bit because you guys are doing such great work. Let me help you guys. And then Simon and Russ, worked to actually try and get us out there, and we got one article placed by a personal friend of Russ and mine, right? And it was sort of just this, it wasn't particularly great. The logo wasn't great. It was the only thing we got. And we basically come to the conclusion, this doesn't work anymore, right? If we can get a press release out there, and you can get somebody to pick it up, but you got to attach a $1,000 check to it. Otherwise, if you don't do that, you got nothing, right? So now at a point where like, okay, forget business to consumers, forget business to business. Business to business is our bread and butter and so forth, but we can't influence that. It's a very passive thing for us. So we must rely on consumer to consumer. Right? And this is really where our efforts need to be focused in the next few months. I don't think that's right. That seems like a bug in my slide. The idea is, the first prong of this approach is the stats art generator. And the community member started ListenBrainz Monday, which I love, and that's on Reddit, the ListenBrainz subreddit, where every Monday, Simon and I don't know if you've done it today, but I post, every Monday I post my stats from the last week. And originally, already people were talking about like, oh, that looks really cool, like what's that? And that's fantastic. What we really want to do is have people, post these to whatever social networks they're using and actually get the word out there, because these are visually stunning pieces of art, and these captivate people's thoughts and imaginations. So when actual people are doing this, and then their friends go like, hey, what is it? What are you doing? Right? And then they go to start talking about ListenBrainz. It's hugely powerful, right? So we need to just spend a lot more energy onto this particular project and making sharing work just perfectly well, which is not an easy task either. The second prong for working on this is what I'm calling ListenBrainz Local. And ListenBrainz Local is basically a super pared down version of ListenBrainz that's basically going to have like 2 views, right? The first one is going to be to actually, so the idea is to bring ListenBrainz Radio to things like Funkwell and Navidrome and many of these sites that are building personal streaming services. And I've got a Funkwell instance, which is working okay. It's not one of my favorite ones. I think I'm going to try out some other ones. But I've written a plugin where I can actually generate playlists inside of Funkwell as a proof of concept. So what I'm thinking ListenBrainz Local could be is a Docker container that people can just start in their own machine, and it contains the ListenBrainz, the LB Radio Local, as well as ListenBrainz Now Listening. So that you could tie your local player, or if need be, into the system, and then you get the now playing display. And what we could do is we could even make it so that you can give it a custom spreadsheet, and then maybe even load it in an iframe inside of Funkwell or something like that, so that it looks like it actually belongs in Funkwell. Because I'm actually working with Funkwell is just dreadfully slow. So I'm just trying to work out how can we actually navigate around these slow people and do things a lot faster. And then having a standalone application might be the best way to do that. The thing that I learned with ListenBrainz Radio is yes, I can build a ListenBrainz Radio playlist on the site and then resolve it to a Funkwell instance, but I can start with 50 tracks and then resolve 4 or 5 tracks. That doesn't work. ListenBrainz Radio needs to resolve to the local content, and it needs to not try to do content resolution. And it's not difficult, only 2 or 3 API points need to be provided locally by ListenBrainz Local to make this work. So we'll be talking a lot more about this, having some more ideas about it, but the way that this helps us is that when we put out ListenBrainz Local and somebody adapts it and says oh, okay, I want ListenBrainz Local for Funkwell, I want it for Navidrome. Right? And when they put the software out for these particular pieces of software, then that community goes hey, check out this cool thing we have. And they're doing our publicity for us. Right? So the idea then is by getting our software out and supported with lots of clients, then the open source community finds out about these things. And now we've got 2 prongs to get our stuff known in the world. If somebody knows the third prong, I would love to hear about it. Another thing that we've just worked out in a very sort of official way, a friend of ours, John Herskowitz in New York, who's used to work with Spotify for a long time, And he posted a small Twitter feed that said, here are the 20 things I've learned for the last 15 years in the music industry. And one really resonated with me. He said that discovery does not pay. Right? So that's why Spotify has no discovery. So the recommendations kind of pay because they get you to listen to more stuff, right? But they're not putting a lot of energy into that because we spent a few months working on this stuff, and our stuff is even better than Spotify. And we didn't try very hard, right? As it turns out that if you're basically trying to get customers to listen to the stuff that you want them to listen to because you're going to earn more money if they listen to that, and not what they want to listen to, making that believable is harder. But actually making a recommendation engine that actually recommends what people want to listen to, it's actually easier. So that was a nice discovery. But the bottom line is, it's really hard to make this stuff pay. That leaves a giant gap. There isn't any discovery online. There's like a few places here and there. As far as I can tell, ListenBrainz is the only place that's tied a lot of these things together. And we can fill this gap, right? And we can make it work because our economics work differently, right? One, we're not profit focused. Right, and all we're going to do is we're going to ask ListenBrainz users to support us, and if the ListenBrainz user gives us $50 a year, I'm going to be happy with that. And then if we have like 200, 500 users per server, and we have a few of them paying, I think the economics can work out because our servers are really cheap. It's not always as easy as that, but we'll get to some of these trickies in a minute. As far as where we are, I was reviewing what we've done, and when we look at this graph, we can see that MusicBrainz doesn't really exist anymore. It's been subsumed into ListenBrainz. The features are still there, but the ideas we had as an independent project, not necessary. AcousticBrainz is on its way out, and CritiqueBrainz is going to get absorbed into ListenBrainz. So ListenBrainz is turning into the full user-facing application that we have, and MusicBrainz is the full geeky-facing version, and then we've got BookBrainz. So those are the three pillars that we've been really executing on. And for me, that feels like we're doing a good job focusing.
For next year, let me know. I'll fix the ListenBrainz logo for you.
I just stole that off of the design system, so, but whatever, not important.
CritiqueBrainz was for BookBrainz, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. But we can, the engine inside of it, we can repurpose for BookBrainz and for ListenBrainz.
The idea is that the CritiqueBrainz as a separate website is maybe less useful than having all the reviews directly in ListenBrainz and directly in BookBrainz, which we already sort of do, and have that be the point of entry and point to look at reviews.
Right.
So it will continue to exist as a separate database in some way, and it will also hold the reviews of both systems. But the user interface itself, it will be absorbed by the
we're getting to the point where we're duplicating interfaces in ListenBrainz and in BookBrainz and in CritiqueBrainz, where maybe it doesn't make sense. You can have your hand up.
Can be just better integration of CritiqueBrainz in ListenBrainz and BookBrainz. I don't know.
I mean, that's basically what we're doing.
It's the same thing.
Like,
I mean,
so-
exposing the CritiqueBrainz feature into ListenBrainz and
BookBrainz.
So really, the CritiqueBrainz project isn't going away. It's going away as a top-level project, right? But it's going to, all the features in CritiqueBrainz are going to be retained, and they will continue to live in ListenBrainz and in BookBrainz, right? But as a top-level project, we just went crazy at creating too many top-level projects, and we just kind of need to bring it in.
There was already a clear hierarchy between some projects that were less.
The other thing,
it's just the expected.
the other thing that I like about this is like this feels considerably better because we've got a consumer-facing or fan-facing music site, we've got a music nerd site, and we've got a book site. Right? These are three fundamental simple things, and this is something that I feel like is now right size for the team that we have, right? And this like, oh, we can't get anything done in AcousticBrainz, we can't get anything done in CritiqueBrainz, and those projects were languishing, right? And that wasn't helping us, that wasn't making us look good. So I think we're finding a lot of better balance here. And now that Ansh has joined our team, we now have a lot more React power in the house. So we've got a huge backlog of React type work for ListenBrainz. I'm sure MusicBrainz could also use a little bit more React work, especially one of the things I'm really hopeful for with Ansh on the team, that we can do, that Monkey has somebody to do code reviews with, and then can do more code reviews in a React sort of sphere. Because right now, Monkey just opens his PRs and closes them very soon after because there's no one to review anything. We ought to do better on that. And I think Ansh can actually help us with that. So I personally think we're actually, we've tuned things to the point where we have a much greater focus, we have a much greater idea as to where we're going, and now we're executing on these things rather quite well. And on top of this, Akshat and the Android and upcoming iOS team, many thanks for all of your efforts on that. The ListenBrainz app is becoming rather quite critical for collecting streaming information. It's helping us solve problems where, like, oh, we get the listens from Spotify 20 minutes later. That doesn't actually help us build a now listening feature. But now with the app, now we can actually get the events flowing almost instantaneously, and our now listening pages update, and the entire experience starts feeling a lot better. So now there's a reason why we need to embrace the iOS and Android team, because they're now playing an integral part of our operations. And again, that feels really cool to me. And then also we've got Picard, which is awesome, because I feel Picard is having a renaissance moment because people are moving away from streaming. But I've been using Picard for the past few weeks as I've decided to actually build my music collection back up. And it's just awesome that that's still around. So thanks for you guys for working on that. I mean, we need to have a 20th anniversary celebration. Like sometime like March of next year, it'll be 20 years that Picard has existed, which is mind-blowing, right? I don't know how long can the application like that live. Okay, so the only bit of feedback I got on my presentation, so the section is thanks to Rio, is what could go wrong. So let's look at what could go wrong. So you may have heard the expression of the hockey stick growth curve, right? Where you're just moving along, bumbling along, and then all of a sudden comes this inflection point, and you have an influx of users, and it does this. That's a problem, right? Because invariably what happens is people come in, but your money doesn't come in, right? And Adam and Zaz have been working diligently on automating all of our stuff, which is really incredible and really good. But if all of a sudden there's like, we need 50 new servers tomorrow, then Zaz and ATJ are going to spend their entire lives building and maintaining those 50 servers and not doing anything else. So we need more people for that, right? So these are some pretty significant challenges. So I really don't want that. I don't want to go through a hockey stick growth curve, right? It's like an accelerated, reasonable growth curve that allows us to actually anticipate, like that when I've seen Zaz sit on my couch for hours on end staring at the phonographs, and then he looks up and he says, like, hey, in a couple of weeks we're gonna have a problem, right? That's amazing, but you can't see the growth stick, the hockey stick growth curve, right? Like, we're gonna have a problem, we're gonna have a problem, right? So these are things that worry me, because we have these problems where it's not just scaling technology. When we talk about scaling technology, we've really been looking at actually making sure that ListenBrainz has a chance to scale. That doesn't mean that it will scale. Like we're still, if there's a significant uptake, there's going to be time when Lucifer and I will be like, okay, we're not sleeping until we fix the scalability issue, right? And that's not going to be fun, but that's what Lucifer and I will have to deal with when the time comes. The real problem is scaling humans, scaling Zaz, scaling Adam, and on top of it, scaling the MusicBrainz community, right? If all of a sudden we have 1 million people coming to ListenBrainz and we manage to sustain that, but then if 1% of those users turn out to be MusicBrainz users, like, oh shit, that's a whole pile of new people for MusicBrainz. That then has ramifications on Rio and on Aerosol for doing community management and keeping everyone in line. And I don't want that to be your full-time job either, right? So scalability scalability of humans and technology is both scary. So this is the type of stuff that keeps me awake at night, and I'm constantly thinking about it. So, if anybody has any good ideas for that?
I don't have ideas, but I have questions. And so, is it more cost effective to have more people on the team, like more system administrator, or like is it better to have cloud services or something like that? Because cloud services have auto scaling and stuff.
I don't know. I'm going to answer the question in a very roundabout way. 93% of our costs are salaries, right? The servers are cheap in comparison to the salaries, right? Like, you know, even the lowest paid engineer only gets kind of roughly paid what our hosting costs are per month, right? So no, I'm much more happily scale the technology than the humans, because there's scalability issues with humans, right? We're now, you know, hovering around 8 to 12 people, give or take some people and so forth. We've got some, you know, 20 people hanging out in RC, 50 people, you know, a small amount, not a huge number, right? But if you've ever heard of Dunbar's number is a number that says like 150 people. People have no difficulty having connections with 150 people. So let's say you've got a company that's got 150 people in, and you know, people coming in and out of the building feels okay. But once you get to 200, people have this feelings like, where'd you be? This doesn't feel like family anymore. This now feels weird. So the Gore-Tex companies, I mean, I'm sure you guys have heard about Gore-Tex. The Gore-Tex companies, or Gore companies, Gore-Tex is one of them. Every time that any one of their organizations exceeds 150 people, they split. So that each one always remains small. They're all owned by the same company, but they're split and they're all acting independently, right? That's some really clever thinking, right? So I'm kind of thinking like, how do we do this? How do we preserve this amazing team that we've got with this amazing community feeling of doing a really good job, being polite, and you know, really enjoying what we're doing, right? If all of a sudden we're 50 people, that's going to be very different. Right, so these are things that keep me up at night. The last thing is something that is a sort of worst case nightmare brought to me by my parents, who had lived through runaway inflation in Germany, when you would get paid and then you would run as quickly as you possibly can to the shops so that you could spend your paycheck immediately, because tomorrow your paycheck would be worthless, right? If we have hyper runaway inflation, let's say China crashes and then the United States dominoes, like, we're done for. Right? We can't survive that. So that's really scary. Right? These are the things that go wrong, but if that happens, the whole world is completely drifted off. Right? Like, all bets are off. So let's, you know, these things could happen. So other things that we could fail on is actually not end up reaching the users we're hoping to reach. You know, whether they're customers that are giving us money or whether they are ListenBrainz users. Maybe we can never build anything that's compelling for people to give us money, right? So ListenBrainz can't scale, because ListenBrainz right now exists on the good, kind, heart, soul of MusicBrainz. Because MusicBrainz still is the only thing that brings money in the door, right? Obviously, we'd like to change that. ListenBrainz is never going to bring ListenBrainz can bring more corporate money in. That's a possibility. But the project itself is more likely that, you know, we'll find individual users for $50 a year or something like that that are going to support us. And if those don't come, we can't scale anything, right? So there's a definitive problem that could happen there. Another one is if we start having too much success and the streaming providers don't like that. I mean, we have relationships with some of these streaming providers, but still they're very unpredictable, because they might like us, but then some a-hole at some record label says, like, I don't like the look of that guy with the funny hair, like, you guys need to block these people. Spotify might be completely against that, right? But they're their majority shareholders, so this could be bad, right? So that could torpedo ListenBrainz. And that could allow us to, you know, not reach our goal. So that's not great. So let's not do that. And of course, we could get sued by someone who has deep pockets, right? This shitty photographer that sued us, you know, we hit him really hard and cost him a bunch of legal fees, and they're like, oh, we're tapped out, which is like this oh, we spent so much money, we can't actually make any money on the court case if you guys lose, so we're out. So, but if somebody has deep pockets and wants us to go away, so that could be a record label, right? Because they have lots of money, because they're stealing it from the artists, they're keeping it all for themselves, they could just sue us out of existence. I mean, that will be quite the fight, and I think the EFF will be on our side and so forth, but I'm not going to just do right less. Let's not go there, right? So these are what I would consider to be the biggest factors that are facing us at the moment where we can actually fail. Finally, I'd like to say thank you for everything. Like, where we're at right now is absolutely fucking incredible. It's so amazing for us to be here, right? I talk about my job and the things that we do, and people are like, are you hiring? Right? We have people that have been on our team, and Akshat, I understand we needed to go out and actually see what the real world is like, right? But I've been in the real world, and I know it's absolutely shit, right? So we've had a few people leave and so forth. We haven't had anyone come back yet, but Zaz and I have gelled on this many times. Like, we know what shit world it is, right? And Zaz are like, we're happy with this, right? Like, this is cool because, like, I trust all of you guys. Well, maybe not monkey, but
Hey. I'm definitely going to tell you that
That's the next slideshow I saw. Why we don't trust monkey.ppt.
Number one, but that is good.
And there's also people who's just like, oh no, the internet is just a complete cesspool. There's no good place on the internet. Like, yeah, no, you're wrong. We have one part of the internet that works, right? And only because from the get-go we said, like, we're going to be nice, right? And we actively work on making sure that we remain to be nice. And actually, this is something that I wanted to thank both Simon and Rio on. The rejiggered community efforts have been fantastic, right? Your efforts on making sure that reported users are dealt with and smacking them around has brought some interesting things, because now we're getting some people, it's like, oh, you're adding a lot of interesting data about yourself. Oh, you performed on that track with Britney. Oh, that's nice. Right? So now it's like, okay, the guy claims he's legit. Do we know? Right? So now we're having to actually lean on our board of directors, and we have to ask Universal Music, like, hey, can you look up the actual rights for this guy? Is this guy legit? Right? Or is he full of shit? Right? Is he building stuff in his own resume? Right? So these things previously I think would have gone unnoticed, and Rio is surfacing them, so fantastic. Also shout out to Simon, who has put logos on absolutely everything. Right? And they look great. Right?
Have you had the experience of like, oh, I can do my tabs apart now?
Yeah, yes, and I like being on Reddit and just like scrolling along, and it's like, there's our logo. Right? Like, oh, let's jump in there, right? So I think Simon's perspective has been really gold for me, and it's like you can tell with the design system, and we worked out the attribution requirements for our data and so forth. Like, we're really firing all cylinders. Like, so many years ago, like, we needed to do something about our UX and UI, right? And we're doing it. It's happening, right? We have Simon on the team now. That's fantastic. And we're talking about getting better at UI programming and so forth. Launches are our team now. We have a team that's dedicated towards working on our mobile apps. We've never been this put together before, right? And the way we look and the way we present on the internet, yeah, we get some customers that come to us and they're like, hey, so, done talking to you, that was really nice and so forth, but like, can I talk to somebody technical now? I'm like, hello, technical team. And they're like, okay, so we get you all signed up.
It's running on the virtual network, the vSwitch thing I was talking about. So basically, you can use console on any machine, any virtual machine or whatever, anywhere. So it's a bit better than before where we were limited to physical machine in Germany, you know, in the data center we have in Germany.
It solved many issues we had with some services that do not
yes,
have the configuration.
yes. It helps for people following this this presentation and not aware how we work. We are using Consul to basically as a repository for all the services we are running, and it maintains a state of those services. For example, when a web server is going down for some reason, Consul is updated, and all the services which are depending on these web services are informed of that. So everything is more or less dynamic and transparent for the user. So it helps a lot to maintain the stability of systems and things like that. It's useful to other things, but that's the main use we have. And we started with the ATG to experiment with ZFS, which is around since a while, but not really native to Linux at the moment. We need extra steps to work on ZFS. So last server we deployed are making use of it. We ran a lot of benchmarks and tested the overall reliability of the thing, and it is here to stay because basically it improves the performance. It's a bit counterintuitive, but the fact ZFS compress the data makes things faster in some cases, sometimes a bit slower, but almost always again, according to our benchmark. And it's a compressed file system, so basically it makes 2 terabytes, 3 terabytes. So free disk space for us, and I think most new server we will deploy in the future will make use of it. So the same thing. If someone in the team needs some information about how it works, because it works a bit differently than Solid 4 or something like that, you can just ask to ATG or me about details, something like that. New gateways. Why? The first thing is MetaBrainz projects are growing in an exponential manner. For example, if we look at MusicBrainz and the number of edits, let's say the number of new releases per day, the current curve is an exponential curve. Basically, in the 3 last year, we had much more edits than the 3 previous year. So it tends to do something increasing like this. And of course, it means the number of users, the number of machinery, everything is getting and try to follow this basically. So we need to be able to scale quite quickly. And for that, we had to solve a few issues where we have a single country thing we had to solve. The other thing is now HTTPS, HTTP2, all those new encrypted network are very, very common. And they need a lot of more resources than HTTP. And it was a point where we had issues in the past when we had a lot of connection. For example, we struggled to handle all the connection because we didn't have enough power to handle the HTTPS part of the protocol. That is all the negotiation you have on SSL and things like that. So it's all bad because if we struggle to provide enough computing power, we can just scale and add new machines. So Kiki and Herb, 2 old gateways were replaced by 2 new, faster servers for now, Rex and Yuri. But we can add another one at any time. Yes?
Did Rex and Ruby finally become stable?
Yeah.
Okay. What was it?
Basically, we still have a small issue, but everything is pretty stable. At the start, we had an issue because there was an hardware issue, and most of the time, Ruby. And there was a failure in I think Rambus or something like that.
Okay.
So it was supported by SNR. So everything is very stable.
Yeah, those machines are important.
Yeah. So yeah, and basically we can have gateway scaling as much as we want now. So the current infrastructure is this one. Basically, we have a load balancer provided by SNR, not under our control. It's an HA high availability load balancer, and it is a virtual machine. So basically, that's something very, very reliable. And we can add as much entry point we need. This one, for example, is only one. For now, we have only two because we have enough capacity. So we are okay with the capacity for a while.
Can another gateway, can that be a virtual machine, or does that have to be?
It can be almost anything. It can be. It will make more sense to have physical machine. I say because they are faster and so
right.
Yeah.
But it could be a machine that's not in our rack.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Actually, this one is a virtual machine. This one is a physical machine. We could imagine this as a virtual machine. So it makes use of the V-switch thing. So basically, it can be anywhere.
Right.
So. Then we have change a bit the structure. We have HA proxy running as an internal load balancer. What's happening is, let's say Roddy is going down for some reason. That's a hardware issue. What happens? This is sharing the load in between this machine, so the load balancer reacts to that. And now all the traffic that was going to Rudy is going to Rex. So actually this machine has two times more traffic arriving. And that's the only thing we have to take care. Be sure one machine is able to handle all the traffic. So all the traffic is going there. Then HA proxy do the same thing. For example, if we have OpenResty, just Rudy is okay, but OpenResty is down. So this HA proxy will handle that and forward the traffic only to this one because it detects this one is down. Let's say this HA proxy is down, and that's the same thing. In fact, all the stuff is totally redundant. So basically, if this one is down, or this one is down, or the whole machine is down, it's not, and it's almost immediate. It's a matter of seconds at worst to switch, something like that. The only thing we don't have control yet on is this load balancer because it's not by SNR, but it is made to be high available. So normally there's no risk of can be an issue with a network or something like that. So
that's out of our control. No?
So and we have all the backend server. So what happens when everything is working normally without any issue? This server has half of the traffic and they share the load. So basically it's faster for all the users. And if we lack of power for some reason, we can just add another one. Set up. So that's it. So just for the we benefit of new hardware because SNR is keeping upgrading their servers, and the new generation of AMD Ryzen are very, very fast for a very, very decent cost. So it's very interesting. We are in the process of upgrading the main database server to Booz, and they are like 4 times faster than the older CPU, which were Xeon professional CPU. So yeah, good thing for the same price. So right. So Ping and Floyd are retiring, so and replaced by new Jimmy and Rick. Yeah, for people looking at the representation, we are used to use band's name or artist name for our server. Main database performance increased by a minimum factor of 4. It means for example, a request that was taking, let's say, 4 seconds, now takes 1 second. So not too bad for enterprise didn't change. ZFS along bigger SSDs are providing far more disk space. We were a bit, the database keep growing, and we had quite small SSDs previously, so it was becoming slowly an issue. So SSD are like, we moved from, I think, half a terabyte to 2 terabytes or something like that, and with ZFS on that, basically that's 3 terabytes. So
Also increased by minimal factor of 4.
yeah, it's great. So Ansible. First, it is the deployment of new server. Basically, we just describe specific things related to server, that is IPs, ID of certain disk or something like that. And we execute a script, what we call in the Ansible world a playbook, and it's under all needed. So it's very, very fast. We can deploy a new server under 10 minutes, I think, now, with a very, very high availability. But not too bad. And it helps for the maintenance of existing server. For example, if we need to do something like a security upgrade, or a modify of file or a configuration file on all the server or a part of the server, it's very easy with Ansible, so nice one for that. It provides a cartography. I don't know if the name is correct in English. It's
Cartography.
Right, okay. So basically it helps to I was thinking about a map or something like that. So it helps to have the whole organization, the whole infrastructure under control, and see which server is interacting which one, thing like that. So it helps to. We were doing like a small documentation in the syswiki listing where what server is doing what and things like that. So basically, Ansible natively does that because you have to describe what, for example, if we have a server which is a Postgres server, in Ansible it will be in the Postgres group. So you can easily know what are the roles of each server.
So we have to provide
but it's something which is provided when you deploy the server.
Things, yeah.
So basically, it's an auto-documented thing, So
I just looked at the cost of the load balancer, and I was initially kind of worried about what the cost would be. Anybody want to guess what that load balancer is going to cost us?
For a month?
Yeah.
$10. Lower?
$5.39.
yeah,
That's stupidly cheap and stupidly good.
Yeah.
I mean, how could anyone work with AWS? I mean, they've never done the comparison, but like, I'm just bought. I mean, I just looked at our invoice for the first time in detail. It's pages upon pages long.
That's actually
So yeah,
a very good fit for us because we're also stupidly cheap and stupidly good.
Ansible helps us to maintain coherency of the production environment. Basically, we are using Docker, for example. So Ansible helps us to have a deployment of Docker, which is more or less the same on the platform. There are sometimes, a few things like permissions, user or something like that you need to have on all servers. So Ansible helps a lot in that, and it helps to deploy new change to that.
Sorry, I keep getting all these questions. This one's from one section ago, but have the new gateways changed the latency, the average latency for web requests?
According to our measurement, no. Actually, it's faster. So yeah, we reduce the response time because, in fact, most of the issue we had were due to CPU power.
Okay.
in fact, the fact we have faster CPU and, for example, a typical HTTPS connection depends mainly on the CPU. So since we are loading sharing the load and the new CPU are faster, in fact, it's faster to connect to our service.
Just amazing.
Yeah, that's
just amazing.
Ansible will help a lot to upgrade all the server to new version of the base operating system that is Ubuntu at the moment, because it helps to handle all the small things you can encounter when doing such upgrade. That's in the past it was always a bit tricky when we had to move from one version to another. I think Ansible will help a lot in that and help us to cope with new version. We'll see soon because we'll have to upgrade all the server to Ubuntu 22 soon. We are mostly on Ubuntu 20. And so yeah, we started to upgrade some server to see if everything is going correctly and so. Shell script previously used, in the C-script keys, we had a bunch of script to create new user or something like that. So basically they are obsolete now. So don't use them. We will soon remove them from the C-script wiki. So tracking change is easier because Ansible has it's basically a Git repository. So we have a full history of all change, but also it has internal testing of everything. So basically, if something breaks, it breaks. That a change may break some code somewhere. So it's better. It's a bit tricky to write new roles, so I need the help of FTG for that. And I would like perhaps more people of the team to start to look how it works, so we have some human relevancy about that. So it's not very hard to understand how it works. Before I move to the before I move about that, I would like to have more features to Ansible, mainly, what we have at the moment, which is in Docker server config. We have the idea to move back to Ansible, basically deploying Docker service for Ansible.
Oh, yes, please.
So, yes.
Oh, yes, please.
Using Ansible to deploy Docker.
I will come back on that soon, but the idea will be to for the next year, basically, January is the use of ZFS. That is, all new server will be based on ZFS. It provides another feature I don't talk about, but ZFS has a very, very powerful feature. It is able to snapshot a system, and it doesn't take any resources and almost no space. So basically, you can create backup during runtime. At any time, you can create backup and things like that. So it's very interesting. We'll complete the transition to the 10.10.10 virtual network, which is based on vSwitch, and drop a physical network, which is now more or less obsolete. It will take a bit of time because we have to challenge IP in different configuration file. So it's a slow process, but basically all new server will not have an extra physical interface because we don't need it anymore.
Yay, saving money.
Yeah, exactly, and it's so more simpler to configure. So that was the thing I was talking about just right now. It's to explain. We have a bunch of bash script that are used to deploy our Docker service. We don't use something like Kubernetes or anything, but it's a bit how to manage, because you have to deploy a GitHub repository on the server and things like that, and backslash and things like that. So the idea is to use Ansible and to deploy the control panel. And I think it's not too hard to do, and it will help a lot, because then you can deploy, for example, you want to deploy a new service on a new server. You will, from your own machine, you will be to execute a command, and the service will be deployed on the server. So you don't have to log in the distance server at all. So no more comments.
There's a question over here.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, that was the question.
Okay.
That's party time.
Yeah. The next big thing we have to do, and we have to start this very soon, is to upgrade Solar, because Solar is it's the engine for all the search on MusicBrainz, so it's a service which is used a lot, in fact. And the current deployment was made a few years ago, so it's getting old. It's running on virtual machine. Basically, we are using almost all CPU power we have for this service, so it's saturating somehow. It's during peak time, for example, response time are tending to degrade a lot. So the plan is to move Solar and its deployment to Ansible, to move to physical machine, and to upgrade Solar to a new version, like that. It's a bit tricky because there's a lot of moving parts in the Solar thing. Yes.
How many solar instances do we have right now?
We have 5 virtual server running,
How
and
many physical machines do you think we can replace that with?
I think
2?
we need at least 3 because that's there's a
round-robin strategy.
Yeah. So we need at least 3, but I think we can run 3.
That's going to give us a lot of scale, a lot of capacity.
Yes. And if we need it,
Yeah.
I think 3 recent physical machine can cope and do better than we need. The other problem with virtual machine, because the CPU power is shared somehow. During peak time, some machines are much lower than others, so it's not easy to handle all the traffic with quick response time during peak time. So it will help a lot to move to physical machine to have a better control on that, and to provide a better user experience, when stuff, because now it integrates sometimes a lot, and we can reach like response time like half a second to have a search response. So yes, that's the big thing to do, and I think that's something we have to do with perhaps even ATG, more people.
It sounds good. It's in the agenda for this week.
We discuss the detail of. Last thing, we are working with ATG to refresh the OpenResty deployment we have. Basically, it's where almost everything is happening, and most notably all the Let's Encrypt automatic certificate thing, which is a bit of magic for most of you. And the thing is, we use old stuff, Lua scripting to do that. This software went unmaintained, so we need to move on something newer and to ensure nothing breaks, because it can be really annoying. And that was work in progress. We started to work on that, so yeah, I think in the next few months we'll be able to deploy that. So it's more like preventing something that will be near total downtime, So yeah, that was a good one. And of course, this year we'll move to last version of Ubuntu, and that's a process. So I think it will be done in the next 6 months or something like that. So we have a normalization of most. And that's all for this year. So you have any question or? Yes.
You talked about using Ansible to deploy services with Docker. Does that mean getting rid of console? Or
Not at all, because consoles
just for the configuration?
just for the configuration. Instead of having, for example, a shell script defining how you start your container with which option and things like that, all this will be moved to Ansible configuration, but Ansible is using YML, file, so just descriptive. And for example, at the moment, if you need the local IP of the machine or something like that, Ansible provide all those variables by default. So basically, it simplifies a lot the number of options you have to specify. I think we can end with something like just giving the name of the image, the name of you want for your container, for example, and having just a minimal set of information and to run. And the thing is, it will be much easier to know because it will. Let me try to explain that. For example. At the moment, we have in the Docker server config, we have a small subdirectory where we list all nodes, and in each node's file, you have what start or not, and things like that. So basically, Ansible will maintain that too. So, and let's say now we have a server we want to replace, and it will be just something like attaching the new server to a group. For example, it's let's say a MusicBrainz mirror. You see running MusicBrainz mirror could be described as something running MusicBrainz web services and things like that. And basically, you can tell this server are in this group, and it will deploy all the containers needed to that working. So yeah, that's the point with Ansible, because we declare basically each node, but also a set of groups where the nodes are in. So yes,
It's not having a single point of failure.
Not really. No. It doesn't change anything because it just change the way we deploy things. It changes absolutely nothing to. Ansible works by you just basically clone a repository that is the MetaBrainz Ansible repository. You clone it on your own machine, and what he do is to parse all the configuration file and generate a set of Python commands sent through SSH. So basically, it does what you do when you log on a machine, and let's say
it's running from your own machine. It's running from your own machine.
Yes, in fact, from any machine. It's just like yeah. So you don't have to directly log on the distant machine. The only thing you need is having the correct SSH configuration to access this machine. So it's safer because it limits, for example, the risk of typos, things like that. So yeah.
And other things with updating container, but we don't necessarily update Docker server configs, and then somebody else restarts something, restarts an old image. So I'm really, really happy to see that. On another thing, this is a general comment to the team. Last week I was sitting on the beach chatting with somebody, and he said, "Oh yeah, I'm a DevOps engineer." And I just sort of said, like, I think DevOps is bullshit. And he goes, yeah, DevOps is complete bullshit, right? And like the whole concept of DevOps, like people that are there to deploy things onto infrastructure, creates this artificial wall between engineers and the system administrators that allows the engineers to go, but it works on my machine, is your problem if it doesn't work in production, right? And we're like, that is toxic bullshit right there, right? And the way we've set it up is like engineers are responsible for deploying things, and when something breaks, you come to us saying, it's like, who's responsible for this broken shit? And we come fix it, right? That is excellent. That is very, very good teamwork. Everyone's responsible for their things, and we can't just randomly push things off. It's like, oh, it's not my problem, it's somebody else's problem.
Yeah.
Well done, team. Well done.
So yeah, it will just change the way we are doing things without changing anything. I can't see any drawback in moving to that. It's just making things we already do a bit better, a bit simpler to yeah. So.
That's nice, because remembering which command you're supposed to run to update the website. So
yeah, so for example, we could imagine having a specific Docker role saying, hey, stop all container on this machine because I have a maintenance to do or something like that. And it's just that. It's just a command saying, do the right thing. So,
have you looked at using Terraform? So, because I've heard of Terraform a lot, it does infrastructure as code basically.
Yeah, Terraform, I had a look, well, in fact, there are plenty of different solutions. Basically, Terraform is doing what we do with Ansible, more or less. But we are not close to move to another system if we find a better system. The only things I'm a bit worried about, as always, we had the experience in the past with Sheep, for example, is all good systems need some knowledge to develop and things like that. And what is my main worry is to ensure we don't have one person in the team able to manage the thing. It's the main issue. That said, Terraform works very well, and yeah, it's a possibility we look to that.
It complements Ansible actually.
Yeah. And so why not? And the other thing we may move to is Kubernetes, for example. But I don't think we are ready for that yet. We are just new to Docker, that's only a few years we are working off that.
Sure.
No, yeah.
7 years?
Yeah, we 7 years in Docker, and so we need to make about moving. Yeah.
No, but we've been cheating a bit because sometimes we've been using the Docker containers as if they were virtual machines with Linux systems, and it's not the point. It should be just
The thing is there's an history, and when we moved to the new system with Docker, we were coming from normal Linux service running on a host, So what we did is a middle solution, which is basically using Docker as if it was a virtual machine somehow. That is a mini Linux system. But Docker was, in fact, made to separate all process. So what we need now to do is to explode all, for example, if you have a container running a cron job and a process, better do two containers, one running a cron job, one doing the process. And then, when all these things will be done, we can start to think about moving to Kubernetes. So why I say it's a bit too soon, because we need to change all the things we are doing at the moment. I know it's a long process, and I don't see any urgency in moving because after all, everything is working pretty well. I think our downtime for during the year is very, very, very small at the moment. So yeah. All services are running most of the time, and when we have issues, it's solved very quickly. So yeah, we have time to find solution for the issue we have. And so, any other question? I think we're done.
So Bob suggested that we actually cut the streams for each presentation so that each one is downloadable. Is that something we can do?
Yeah. So in the past, it worked pretty good with time. Like I thought, timestamps worked pretty good. But I think tonight, we'll let this run, and then I've been taking notes.
Should we move on to the next move on to the next person, or take a break?
I think we can move to the next one.
Yeah, I mean, we want to. You ready?
Sure.
Okay.
As ready as I'll ever be. There's one. Yeah, that looks like. Let's work again.
Just press the slideshow button upper right.
Okay, right.
Let me do this.
And then fix the projector again.
What do we?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
So, it was my weekend, my birthday yesterday, and we did a little BookBrainz mini summit at the end of the past week. So I threw this presentation together this morning, recycling the one from 2021. So if you had deja vu, it's not you. Well, recap. I wasn't as active as I wanted on BookBrainz this year, which was same conclusion last year. But the community is really building up and pulling together to figure out the solution to some of the big style questions that I don't want to answer myself. Because A, I'll get it wrong, and B, we won't have consensus. So that's been going very well. As I said, we had a little mini summit, which was very useful to get to discuss these big issues in data models and etc. in person. I think we'll have to discuss, but I'd like to do that again. Maybe not at the same time as the MetaBrainz Summit, because it was a bit hectic to do everything at the same time. But I think that was a success and useful. We had 2 GSOC projects this year again, thanks to other people who helped me mentor, so that I wasn't limited to having one project because I only had time for one project. One of the projects was an admin panel, because BookBrainz has been running all this time with no sense of admin anything. So it's been basically just me editing the database whenever we need to add an identifier type or a relationship type. And it's cumbersome and ties all of the decisions and all of the actions to when I have time and remember to do them. So now we have an admin panel. It's all now in beta and working quite well. So it will be deployed next version. So we have admin privileges, fairly detailed. It allows us to give the right privilege to specific editors to be able to add relationship, add types, re-index a search server, and other things. And with it came also these helpful views of relationships and identifier types that we didn't have previously. One of the big projects from the community this year was really rethinking the entirety of the work types. So what type of work is it? Is it a novel? Is it a scientific article? Is it a poem? Is it a and the list was drastically extended, clarified, the descriptions were cleaned up. It was like monumental effort with a couple months of discussion prior. And so now we're able to actually make it clearer for the community what the types are, what needs to be fixed in a better way. So super successful project. This has been missing and bane of my existence for a long time, so I'm really happy. The second project is the reviving the zombie importer project that was started in 2018, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's 2018. That was never finished, as far as I understand it. And Kanod, who is here, has been doing a banger job cleaning up all of the cruft of a 5-year-old JavaScript project. You wait a year and everything's out of date, so 5 years and nothing was working anymore. But also doing some, I would describe it as tedious but very important work of improving the types for the ORM that we use. We're actually adding types because it's fully untyped. And that also made it clear that there was some big issues with the importer that made it clear that it was probably never run because it couldn't have worked. So a lot of tedious but important for BookBrainz groundwork, and we'll see the second part of the project, hoping to focus on importing open library entries. And I think right after that we'll actually get to the BookBrainz catalog. From a couple of years ago, BookBrainz closed doors and they made their database dumps public, so we'll be able to satisfy the members of the BookBrainz community that jumped ship and came to BookBrainz by importing those. There's a couple of editors who have been very, very, very prolific, so I wonder if a significant part will already have been manually added in the meantime. As I was saying, I didn't work as much as I would like to, and these are last year's goals. Also next year's goals. The API is sort of ready. I just haven't deployed it. The BookBrainz catalog I just discussed. When the importer is running, we'll be able to do that. And the book cover archive is a topic that we briefly discussed a few days ago, and probably we'll have a wider conversation during the summit. But there's still the priorities that the community has raised. In terms of numbers, I think the trends from the past few years are continuing. So up and to the right is always good. Number of users, I believe. This is Google Code in 2018. We're still cleaning up all of the entries. I think this is BookBrainz closing right here. And for the year, I guess, I don't know what this spike is. Question mark, if anyone knows what happened in February of 2023 that brought a bunch of new users to
maybe,
a bunch.
Maybe something with what's their rating site? I forget. That rating site.
A rating site?
Book rating site.
Goodreads?
Yeah, they've been up to some nasty shit. Maybe that was something, yeah.
But anyway, it looks like there's generally, as a trend, more users per month than previous years. Not dramatically, obviously these numbers are fairly small, conservative, but improving. Same thing, number of edits. This is most of BookBrainz's life. And this is when the BookBrainz community came in. A lot of very active users. But as we see, this is continuing in 2023. We have other very prolific users that are coming in and really working on things. I think that's one of our editors, mainly by himself, responsible for this entire spike. Here's the comparison. The top of our users 2021. You'll see that I'm in here with barely 800 edits, revisions. These are the BookBrainz users that came in that I was mentioning. And this year, here's Indy. He's doubled the number of contributions. Here's B. Brian, who signed up in 2015 but started using the website this year. And you'll notice that I'm not on the list anymore. I don't know if that's good or bad, but I'll consider it a good sign, considering the limited number of revisions that I had. It's good that I shouldn't be in there.
See, if number 2 is Paul Bryan, you're good to go.
It is?
Yeah, like that's old school MusicBrainz quality.
Yeah,
he has been very, very helpful with the style discussions and helping me transfer the wishes of the community and the consensus into guidelines and actually preparing the stuff for me to put in a better place.
When the money's better, I want him to come to the summit. He's cool.
Yeah, I love that. Absolutely. I think this editor is also very new, so one of the new editors has also made it into the top 10 in a few months. This all translates to here's the number of new entities that we have every month. And as you see, 2023 has really taken an uptick. People are being serious about adding entities now instead of like, here's people again coming from BookBrainz that first month. This is now more where we're going. I love seeing this. That means that people are actually using it.
That's really interesting.
And the quality of the database is improving as well. Yes.
There's some quite interesting things in there. I don't know if you've I'm just wondering if you've dug into like the giant patch of green. You know, is that like one editor's just like, I want to add conditions, like, you know, there's a few.
It's a good question. I didn't dig into why. But here's someone who
maybe the editor works all the editions. Maybe it's in personally works all the editions.
Yeah, that is P. Brian having a lot of poems.
Okay, there we go.
And short story collection.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, cool.
And as for the editions, I don't know who was working on.
Probably one person just go for it.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, maybe it's also related to the unified form which we have.
I think
it makes it
that
much
probably
easier to add words and relate them to the editions.
I thought about trying to dig into whether I could find out if that had a positive impact. One of the GSOC projects from last year is a unified form that makes it easier for new contributors to add a book, even though in theory they would have to understand what's an author, what's a work, what's an edition group, before they start adding those, and what the relationship in between those, and how do you add them, and etc. The unified form makes a bunch of that a lot simpler. You don't have to understand all the nuances. It creates some of the relationships for you, etc. I think it's very helpful. It's probably needs a bunch of improvements. We actually talked about that during the mini summit. But even though I don't have a way to quantify that, I think it has had a positive effect in people adding stuff to the database. If it's easier to add stuff, maybe people are adding more.
Yeah, it certainly looks like a lot more balanced color-wise, which suggests that people might be adding all the entities at one go. So sounds reasonable.
Good question. And I don't have visibility over that. Sure. I don't know how I would slice the data that I have to be able to figure that out.
I find it amazing to look at this graph and realize what 20 years of time will do. compared to the amount of entities being added here and the amount of entities that are staggeringly being added to MusicBrainz in a day. It's wow, just wow.
Yeah, right. The scale is missing a couple zeros.
Yeah, but like this is amazing. This is amazing too, because like this shows that BookBrainz is getting uptake. Right?
I mean, don't clap at me. I'm not doing anything.
No, actually, you are. Right? You are the steward of everything.
This is where I came into the team.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah.
Right? Good job.
Again, a little comparison. 2 years ago, 2023, the amount of entities per month looks about the same. I don't know exactly when at October, but you'll see that it's increased. It's significant, which is very convenient. It's a good question, actually. The number of edition groups and the number of editions scaled exactly the same, which suggests that people are adding new books rather than more editions of the same books. But for example, the number of publishers wouldn't scale the same because there's a limited amount of publishers. And obviously, we didn't have series. I think they were visible in here. Series, yeah, they're barely visible. This is probably when we first deployed the feature, and I guess we can barely see them. I think they're still marginal, and I also think it makes sense for the series to not be a giant. But there's 160 per month, right?
To bring that into perspective, that's 1/10 of all the series in MusicBrainz already. So it's actually
1/10
of all the series in MusicBrainz. We have 20,000. So that's actually very big numbers for series.
I guess books are more
serialized,
based.
but still,
more serialized.
But it's still, it seems small, but it's not.
This is what I mean when I said I wasn't super active this year. I'm not as active as I wanted, and how that was the same as last year. So pull requests, here we go. Work was done, but not enough if you ask me.
I think the mistake you made was doing way too much in 2020.
I think that was a mistake.
Because if you'd done a bit less,
I had way too much free time in 2020 for some reason, and the thing that happened that's relevant here is that in 2021 I shifted a significant part of my time, my focus, to working on MusicBrainz at the same time. And this was me working on BookBrainz full time, and this is me working on MusicBrainz. This year I've been super active on MusicBrainz, so this is the difference. If I had to guess.
I think this is what I'm just going to come in and help out.
Yes.
Right, we're going to have less of a dependence on you for getting all of the UI features moved along.
Yes, absolutely.
And also, I would really love it if your psychology behind this could improve a little bit, because it's not bad that you're not spending enough time on this, right? Like, we're all making our decisions, we're all making our we can't be everywhere all at the same time, right? Just enjoy it. Relax.
I think it's not like I'm not beating myself up. What's happening is as a parent, you should never have a favorite child. But I don't have kids, so I don't have that dilemma. But I know that most parents probably have a favorite child. And I really, really like ListenBrainz.
So, I don't have a favorite child, but my favorite child.
I hope BookBrainz didn't listen to that.
No. BookBrainz is in the corner crying now.
So I'm not beating myself up, but there's a little bit of guilt. That's all I'm saying. Having Ansh in the team is definitely going to help, especially for me to just have the motivation to work on things, knowing that I'm not working by myself on the vacuum and nobody can see it. For technical stuff, user features are easy. You get feedback, people like it. You're a hero on the forums. It's nice. refactoring to TypeScript is thankless, and if you're doing it by yourself and you're also reviewing your own pull request, it's dangerous. it's not particularly nice to work on.
I was saying that, I mean, like, it's perfectly understandable that you might feel some guilt just because you have the pressure of being the only person serving the BookBrainz community.
Yes.
And in that sense, you feel like people depend on you. So I really hope that Anish coming in will, like, also help you not feel like the pressure of, I'm the only person who can help improve this and help give these people what they need.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I think.
And not only that, but the community actually coming together and the admin tools that have just been created to enable the community to do things themselves is really going to be helpful for that one. Because that means that now I don't have to drive the style discussions. Other people are doing that, which is great. So the combination of all that is definitely positive aspects for the coming year. That's it. Any questions anyone has?
I just wonder why you hate Simon.
Why do I hate Simon?
Yeah, you didn't
I'm sorry, Simon, I didn't use the thing. I didn't use the template. I saw the link that you posted this morning.
Yeah.
No time.
That was.
Take the 2021. You can change the images.
I knew what I was doing, posting that just with like an hour out or whatever.
Cool.
All right, shall we take a 10-minute break?
A 10-minute break.
Breaky.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, so I'm going to take MusicBrainz through the entire guide. Hopefully they'll have a point there for us.
Say that again?
Take MusicBrainz through the archive and then start asking questions.
Yes.
So for the I'd love for you to give me send me an email at some point in the next week.
Maybe to elsewhere.
No, I just compose the process. Yeah,
I was wondering if I'm spamming.
You get bored too much.
Well,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
was
yeah.
thinking why don't we
say like
but I have to have a VPN for that
20 times
because I
now.
want to get COVID booster appointments for person. Because why not? There's no sense having that out. Might as well take one. So, but you know, the Americans are like, oh God, traveling from outside of America is scary.
You go into
Why aren't they handing them here?
Here you can actually
So
go
what was
and
anticipated?
go to your
I was thinking I have what if you will do it.
But
Does the thing crash? How about if I go faster?
I suppose I could just, turn up and
You know?
take a person up there.
The button upgrade?
Yeah, I mean, like last time I did it,
Well,
I
it's
just
not
walked
great.
by and was like, okay, there's like 5 people in the queue, whatever, I'll go away.
I mean, at the same time, it's like, if the US government is finally going to give me something for free, I'll take it.
Do you not have to be like American even to get it? I mean, you are, but like,
I mean, you should show some ID. And, like, oh yeah, hey, my
The
friend-
first time
something
I'm not very active.
Okay,
For example, I was not very interested so much people
how much vaccination, so much vaccination.
biography. Viewers just went up.
Like, are they vaxxed in the first place?
This is
And I actually
Yeah,
first, right?
what the rollout was for that.
I
expect them to be for all the guys.
check with the
All things
link.
higher class, probably
Yeah, the first time I added something
compared to like, I mean, like
but it's probably somehow or sometimes people feel based on so I was here and now what is it the edition where I am actually currently.
But you know,
And one of the things
you don't think about that when you have
one
something
but now it's actually improved and it's working that you could not enter a document and say who's the author. Because in the past at some point you're right, yeah, so you
Pregonize,
added it
like the one with the strings,
relationships
I'm sure the mocking in general.
and then it was somehow there.
That blew my mind.
Normally you put in your hand and
So
say,
the
okay,
first
it's
thing is
highlighted
like-
as an author.
The thing is,
That's
all the things in terms of
essential information. It was how do I add this?
Yeah, it was weird.
Basically, like I remember my brother
It was a relationship between.
he met at some fancy
Yeah,
English camp. He went to
exactly. So you start with this, right?
request for another camera.
blew his fucking mind. I had made that
Request for another camera of everyone watching.
Like he didn't know how to do it. He was he's actually one of the best and just left it there.
Oh, maybe.
And then my brother came amazed.
The author credit on the cover.
That's not really
Also has like an author.
for the presentations.
It's probably complicated. Probably
It's easy to move, so it's, you know,
Oh really?
you can move there.
We can put it in the US. But in German.
I kind of know my phone.
Yeah, this was
Even
like the
though
second one.
obviously it makes
I mean,
sense.
I never remember when you
You don't have to go search at the farm.
We moved similar times. You moved what, a year or two before me? 2011?
No, I mean like from Germany.
Population
From
growth
Germany to the
by,
Europe.
No, I'm not gonna do it.
uh,
I think if
There's multiple
because what I was going to do is
versions.
use the
Now, composition of
So yeah, like
science
let's say
fiction
of
stories by
German school before. I mean, I guess they knew as a kid at some point.
Which was a pain in the ass, but at the same time it allowed me to be my native, which is just
really difficult, yes. So for me it was also I tried to edit and it did not work.
So by native meaning that your German written text as in needed correction as your English ones?
Sorry?
That your German written text needs help as much as your English ones need, because then maybe we should get David to help a bit.
Yes,
I cannot correct those.
If I need to write a German blog post, I'm going to get outside context or color didn't. But that has less to do with language skills and just
I assume probably.
yesterday was one who's like, who the fuck is the dyslexic guy in charge of this?
Trying to explain little things, what things are. Yeah, but it's too
I
complex.
swear, I think that's one of the
The moment you try to
It is complex, but you won't get rid of the full complexity because you need it for proper structure.
Maybe to have different context. Like here's what a novel looks like. Here's what a anthology looks like.
Yeah.
Here's what
Rio, I don't know why I never
Rings,
thought about what you're doing in the presentation.
Omnibus
Clearly,
edition looks like.
Yeah, maybe actually pick some famous example, right? And then that has at least the most of these things in some way. Then show the actual images or pictures.
I could do some of that in the that's.
Does anyone have a phone they're not using? Because Bob just requested maybe an audience view on the Zoom. Like of the people attending, and we could just set a phone up that's connected and use the camera.
Already giving those resources.
I mean, you can also give your phone and then you can start actually sending telegrams.
Raspberry Pi with a camera attached to it?
I mean, it'll probably work, but the setup might be a bit more complicated.
It's something I can do today.
Turning to install.
Feel free to do it for tomorrow. Can you make it so it pans around every once in a while so you can see all the audience?
Google Summit.
I mean, like, it's not just the point of playing with those machines, but they do fun stuff.
Yes, I can do that. We have to take more of that. Actually, just like doing on the Raspberry Pi and connecting it. That sounds very
I mean, I've never tried one, so I wouldn't know.
Maybe more.
Okay, how many Raspberry Pis do we have deployed here? There's one there. Oh, we have one here. Just right here.
None of that's even on.
No.
Yeah, no, actually, just have one Raspberry Pi.
What do they do?
So that's the hand pod?
Yeah, that's
and the Raspberry Pi used to be in here, and that's the
one where you have Zoom.
yeah.
Right, so all it does is when this machine, which is our backup machine, says open the door, it's basically a USB connected relay.
Yeah.
As if it presses the buzzer button.
Yeah.
You open downstairs. Fairly simple,
At some point this week, let's sit down and talk about the design stuff. It's been a while.
10 minutes maybe up?
Yeah.
Well, spend another minute on this camera and then.
Yes, I shall we put the phone there? But that's the next.
And did we schedule a set of particular short breaks?
I need a few. Honestly, last year I was like, the audio, the video's not working, it's not complicated. I want to turn up early. This year I turned up like 3 hours early, set everything up, and then fucking,
Dress rehearsal.
Yeah.
That's
what I thought was like coming in early. I thought that was the rehearsal. Like I thought that would, but also I've never really run a live stream. So.
But there's a rule about teleconference and so forth.
Yeah.
Doesn't work.
Yeah.
Right. Like no matter what you do, like you can do a dress rehearsal and it will still screw things up.
Is the audience?
I'm putting this on my only feed.
Oh,
okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Viewers just went up again.
Am I muted?
Oh, you should be.
Am I muted? Okay. Where do you get the best view? Someone watching the Zoom?
Yep.
Is this any good?
It's not bad. Maybe down a little bit more.
Down?
Oh, if you can angle it down a bit to catch the.
And that? I need some tape actually.
Yeah, Rob's looking good. I got.
Rob's ass. Yeah. Rob's ass.
Very good.
It's hard to get around it.
Yeah, I mean,
a bit more, but
a bit more where?
you're not going to catch everyone. If you want to get the people here, then you're going to.
Yeah, I'm going to miss everyone. Just about here.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
the Heidi spot is like.
It's Michael's nap spot anyway.
Still okay?
It
works?
No, it's good. Yeah. All right, we should be good to go whenever the next presenter's ready.
It's freezing.
Yeah.
Good. Better now.
You have to know you're the only one who's out of camera shot.
Yeah, you might even see something if you move. You'll have an implemented a stop parking option.
Almost in.
Hey.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
They tried, it tells me that they need it.
Well,
Which is not unfair.
Since before it can find that.
It's not so fair, but it doesn't help with running it up.
A bit more, even if you can. I think it just went back to where it was. Bit more.
More?
More. Yes. Perfect. I just updated to. I just added the quote mark. It's never going to be 10 minutes.
Okay.
It's turned off now. So
It's turned off?
Probably power saving mode or something like that.
Surely not when it's on. All right.
Recalibrate everything.
Yeah. No, that's good.
Really?
Yeah. You've.
Nobody touched
No, that's how I was like, no. All right.
What do people do? Still
More about what the password is.
You know what? If I get flat fire, I'll take it personally.
Okay, I'm gonna say 1 to 2 minutes.
Okay.
1 to 2 minutes.
Oh, J.
Yeah.
You know, it's another thing in French because we have seen G in Spain. Like,
the computer
Yeah.
I've been compiling in my brain how I would write Alsace. I think one day I'll do a review, like a weekly review, but Alsace. I've been waiting. Someone taking it?
Oh, I don't think so. Is someone sitting there?
Yeah.
Give me the moose. I don't want comedy though.
You know Ravens?
oh yeah.
Oh, great. Don't like raisins.
But yeah.
I learned something today.
I really no, you usually pick something.
Thank you for fixing that.
Last minute chocolate munch. Okay.
Yes.
Monkey, two comments to your thing. I did tell them they had to go on IRC, but I'm going to pass it on as a courtesy on Discord. A happy birthday, and BookBrainz talk and stream has made me look at it for the first time. I see books I have are missing. I'll have to learn to add books. So
yes,
it's nice.
What's written down?
Metadata is my drug, who has a different name on. They've created different profiles because they don't want to share. I can't remember what the So a big MusicBrainz editor.
Using a Marvel's name.
I can't remember the username. Yeah.
Tell them we cannot be too picky.
I think the showing a graph where it says other people are adding books is probably the best way to drive.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
I think the updated footer on MusicBrainz would help. The updated footer that we have, right?
Tell me this.
That's the head.
Did I go?
We actually have that already.
I know.
But
If you strip out the rest of it, can we just build the footer? Because I think the rest of it, people had issues with it.
Probably in this summit I will try to get that merged. So that from the next release we have.
Yeah, good.
I'm sorry, Simon. I worked so hard to use a presentation and the projector is cutting your logo work.
Oh.
That pretty sure that goes against every one of our usage guidelines.
Yeah. Who reads usage, guys? Come on.
I did. Because you asked me to.
All right.
Why did the projector turn around?
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, life's good.
Life is good. There's only one button, so it can't go wrong.
So
we should have like a one-liner marketing for every
MusicBrainz recording
in a much crisper way.
I mean, I started it because I saw you do it.
Like,
I didn't know. Nobody told me.
Nike has just do it.
Yeah, I'm open to it, but yeah, we should.
Yeah. So, are we on?
Yes, everything should. Sorry, you got to share the thing share your screen on Zoom.
Okay. Is that a never give up?
No, it is not. It's actually a Rockset song.
Okay. Shouldn't we have like a QR code?
Nobody's going to click on a QR code.
Also, I put this together in an hour. Please have some lower your expectations.
Okay, I think you got it on my scene.
It really shows that we're slackers, that we're doing our presentations.
We should what?
It really shows that we're slackers. But that's not true. It really shows that we're efficient. No.
I mean, my presentation took 90 minutes to shop together.
Entire screen.
Okay, so welcome to our What's Going On in MusicBrainz this year presentation. So basically, everything is nice, but nothing is super special. As in, we haven't had any amazing milestones code-wise, but everything is chugging along in a very nice way. And that's it. Thanks, bye.
Hey.
So, Simon said that the template should have some information about who's presenting, so that's the closest one I have. So that's basically, if you look at everything in our database statistics, that's pretty much how it goes.
Very good.
And that's the MetaBrainz team working on small PRs and not doing anything big, but still watching everything go up. Feels good? Oh, yeah, that sounds good. So the React conversion is still going. I know we said it would be like a couple of years, like 5 years ago, but you know how that goes. It's like a Spanish construction project, so we'll get there one day.
Like, if you're lucky.
It might take 20 years, but we'll get there.
Well,
so it's not like a Spanish construction project first.
It seems around from your area. But that's a couple of projects, so maybe you're fit.
Yeah, so we have gone even further down with the remaining lines of template toolkit, of which probably I would expect at least half is the release editor and similarly connected editor thing. So like basically, I expect a lot of that to go down in one go, but expect us to see something similar to what we saw with the relationship editor this year, which might be like several months where all the work that we do is really put a prototype-ish kind of thing out in beta, let people play with it, let's see what breaks, fix. So it might very well be that it takes months again to do that, but like that actually worked pretty well in the end with the relationship editor, even if it felt like forever. So hopefully we can do the same this time. And we'll have something for you. Like, do we have an estimation for this? Like, we're hoping to have something next year.
Yeah, there's the timeline will probably be similar to the relationship editor.
Mm-hmm. So around a year for the whole thing.
We'll see. But
hopefully, in a good case scenario.
Yeah.
Okay. And a lot of the same code will, or a lot of the improvements needed for that will also allow us to convert fairly easily all the remaining edit forms. So once the release editor is down, that should pretty much like be a sprint to the end. If we haven't missed anything important, which hopefully not.
Just on the immediate part for the template.
Oh yeah, so we have so we have a little bit of the template code that will remain behind because we use it for.
Yeah, there will be still a few thousand left.
Yeah,
but we have an idea for converting this in a summer of code maybe one day.
Yeah, but that won't affect the actual.
It means that 6,000 is not even the number of templates we have to convert.
Yeah. So like the main React conversion will be finished before that. So we had a small schema change this year. Like it might have been one of our smallest yet, but at least they think it's the first time that we didn't, in a while we didn't release anything half done and never finished it. So that's something. We will get to the unfinished stuff eventually as well. We are working on it. Anyway, so the main features this year were the ability for both original posters and admins to edit and remove edit nodes, which has already been quite useful for getting rid of a lot of annoying spam, and a few insulting comments as a community manager, but I will talk about that later with the other hat on. We switched the default occupation to use Michael's Bitmap's new TV Mirror 2, which is meant to replace our 20 years old TV Mirror project.
Yeah, that was originally a Postgres project.
So basically, like anyone who is running a mirror could already change, but now like it's probably a good idea to change to it because we will drop the Mirror 1 in a year or so. I guess.
It's already using it by default.
Well, if you're using Docker.
Yeah. Or any mirrors we're using by default now.
Yeah, let's say keep it until schema change 2025.
Okay. I guess we can do that.
And also post in a blog post to this effect. And once that blog post is up, ping me and I'll post it to the database feed mailing list for all of our customers.
Okay. And we basically removed a bunch of schema columns and code that we just weren't using, including some that we hadn't used for like 10 or more years.
Say it to get rid of it.
So we worked a bit with spam issues again. Like we were finding like a way where we had an issue where some people were actually getting weird emails, and then we figured out that basically it was someone trying to use it as a way of spamming. So we got rid of that. Sorry about that. And we actually made a lot of big improvements to the admin interface, which, well, partially just the fact that we can actually remove spam from edit nodes, which is already a good start, but also it makes it easier to find spammers, it makes it clearer that they are spammers, and it basically just helps deal with that a bit. There's still a lot of work to go, but we are moving towards a better situation with spam. Rob?
And the vulnerability was really quite weird because some security dude at a hotel chain like Hilton mailed us and said like, hey, we've had one of our customers use your site in one of our rooms, and we started getting spam from you guys. And we're like, what? So we looked at it, and sure enough, the guy found our security problem, right? And then we turned around and basically said like, oh yeah, it's fixed. A couple of days later, he was like, wow, nobody's ever responded to me before. So go MusicBrainz team.
I was wondering if you're saying it's easier to find spam using the admin interface?
Well, basically, we improved a bit the way we actually we were able already to find spammers by, for example, similar email accounts and things like that. But for example, a lot of that wasn't paginated in any way. You would just get a bunch of the first 50 or so.
Yeah, making it more practical for
Yeah.
because there's only one or two.
We were kind of hopeful, I guess, at first that we wouldn't get more than 50 or 100 spam accounts in the same email or IP, or it was too optimistic.
Not the situation.
They should click next, or how?
So when you're done with the question, you click next.
Okay.
So first
the question is.
So this is around spam in general.
But is this your question or IRC's question?
I put it on IRC.
Oh, okay.
I want to use the light.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Maybe other people know this, but just a couple of basic questions about spam. One that I've always wondered, and I don't know if we know this or not, are individual people paying these people to put spam accounts in? Because it's such a varied amount of legitimate looking businesses and then illegitimate looking ones. Do we know anything about what drives who's paying who or why they do it?
Directly, not really. I mean, my guess is that they are basically paying some company that does this in 100 different sites, and us is just one of them. But they honestly wouldn't.
So I emailed a company once and said, hey, that looked like a legitimate business, and was like, you are someone you're paying has been putting stuff on our site, and they said, we don't do that. And I believed them because it was just a weird little mum and pop business that, anyway, it was just, I don't know. I guess we don't know. Sorry, Ivan, did you have any?
No. So on the ListenBrainz side, we have definitely found that at some point somebody is offering a service to basically do, effectively click fraud. Right? We will play a stream on Spotify so many thousands of times, and one of the bullet items was, we'll also play and send listens to ListenBrainz, right? So they did this to basically bolster their spam offering, right? It doesn't make any sense, but it's just that's a bullet point, right? And they put it up there and so forth, and that's where you get ListenBrainz spam.
So I'll go a bit deeper into the kind of spam we've seen in the community management presentation, but there are some kind of fun ones that I can mention later. Cool. Anyone else has more spam questions specifically about MusicBrainz now? Or should I move on?
How many were added compared to removed, do you think?
I mean, we removed most of the ones that ever get active.
Yeah.
But I expect we have hundreds of thousands of sleeper accounts that just have a biography that gets shown to no one pretty much, and just are basically impossible to find unless you actively go to the only way to find spam actively in those cases is to go to an area page and look at editors for this area, and then you'll find usually a fair amount of accounts that clearly are not legitimate.
Right.
We hide them from there once they're marked as spam, but
Cool.
So, and we also got a lot of small improvements in many different places. We worked a lot to improve the database documentation, which the schema, for example, was, I think, a couple of schema changes old. We now have more, hopefully more useful tables, or graphs, examples, and whatever.
I appreciate that there are more there, but the previous one had the core tables organized in a more approachable way. I find this one, because I actually use that a lot to do these insane queries that we run for ListenBrainz. This one is a little bit harder to read because the layout is just different.
Yes, I mean, improvements are more than welcome. One thing that we have tried to do recently, and that might be useful for your case as well, is that we try to make specific rows of connections, tables for a specific row of connection. For example, the connection from recording artist, credit artist, or whatever, because like those are very often not very clear to people, and like by use case, so we get a lot of questions like, okay, so like, how do I get from a chamber to like a recording, and so we're trying to work on like use cases like that. But like the only way we know about those is people tell us what they need. So like more than what like both you and like any other person using MusicBrainz data, if you have a question about how things connect to each other, to let us know, and then we can actually work into documenting that better.
Yeah, just to complete, because it's relied on the relationship tables mostly, and there are just too many to be represented on a general graph. So it's but if we do by use case, as you mentioned, so we only have one type of relationship, and then we can afford to display all the tables that are involved in the request. And another thing is last year at the summit, we had a discussion about how to name the entity types, class of entity types, and we implemented what we discussed last year into the code and into the documentation of the database schema.
There's a lot less.
So it's been very useful. Last year summit.
There's a lot less of unclear core entity things, and for example, especially in the code, if something expects like something to have relationships, then it will be marked as that. Especially for the typing, we usually just have like, well, it's one of those big entities, and now it's one of the ones that support relations if we're dealing with relationships, or like one that supports collections if we're dealing with collections, etc., which makes it a lot easier to find like points of error and places where we're making a mistake. I mean, it's getting more technical than this point really is, but like we can talk about it if anyone's curious later. So yeah, we have continued adding tests and documenting the tests. So basically we have a lot of things that are not tested at all, and a lot of things where we have tests, but they actually don't explain what they are meant to do at all. So basically you have to read the test very carefully to figure out what they are testing, because they won't have any label saying like, well, I did this. So if you have an error on a test, it's like all the information you get is, well, it failed in like the test number 33, and then you get to like count the tests in the file until you get to 33 to figure out what failed. So now we actually are trying to make it so all the tests actually have labels that actually tell you what the test is testing. And by doing that, we actually have found, for example, several tests which were operating on completely random assumptions that actually never were true, and that they were not testing what they thought they were testing. Including, like things that have been doing that for 10 or 12 years. So basically, like and there's a lot of work left to do on that. Like both on the JavaScript side, where a lot of functions are not tested at all, and in the Perl side, where a lot of code, just like some pages have 0 tests for the entire template, and we just hope they show what we expect they should show. So like there's probably years of full-time work to cover everything, but at least we're trying to slowly move there.
Anything is better than a hope test.
And so we have been improving our flow typing, which effectively is also testing, since like it allows you to catch the errors before you actually put the code out. Now we're actually a lot more, we're using like more strict typing, and we're actually a lot more careful, as we talked earlier, like more specific also with the typing we use, and that has already helped us found a bunch of like issues we have found. We are soon having uploading to a new flow release that apparently, I haven't checked it that much yet because we haven't released that update yet, but will allow us to document things even better and probably find even more places where code is doing what we don't want it to do. So like hopefully that will continue to go better. Really big improvement that we have had is that we switched from transifex, which nobody really liked, to WebLate as a translation mechanism. Well, for the whole, we're going to do that for the whole of MetaBrainz, but like MusicBrainz has really already seen benefits from that. We already have seen how like several languages, I think, that were not actually started at all have like popped up. I think we have a new Lithuanian translation starting, for example. And like it's really nice to see that basically if you promote it a bit and give people a setup that doesn't suck to actually translate things, they actually translate things. Because we have had for years the same 3 people translating things into the same 3 languages, which was great. Like, thanks for like the German translation to fill it.
Only partly for MusicBrainz.
A lot of it recently.
Recently, yes.
Thanks to Salarock for basically the entirety of the Italian translation in the last few years. And thanks to, I'm not even going to try to pronounce it, you know who you are, for our Dutch translations. So like now we're actually getting a bit more play here for other languages.
We have a topic specifically about translation with the international.
Yeah, we'll get
later in the week, so we'll give the details when we can discuss it.
And another big improvement we've seen is someone who actually knows what they're doing about design actually telling us what to do. So thanks for that, Simon. It actually makes things.
I thought you said professionally designed. You're getting your stuff from Simon too?
Well, I did not say professional. That's what someone else said.
There's another Simon on the team.
But honestly, just saying design improvements would probably already be true, because before neither of us were actually designing anything. We're just putting things together and hoping they work. So. So we have our usual numbers list, like every year. So we have actually seen, I mean, releases are growing like every year, but we've actually seen a surprising grow in the amount of the rate of change of releases. Like we're actually getting more and more releases every year on the previous one per year, which is a really nice thing to see.
So is that what, 400,000 releases in a year?
Yeah, 450,000 pretty much. So, which means basically like 1,200 releases per day. Which I mean, okay, they're obviously not all albums, but assuming they were a 40-minute album, that would be like almost 40 days of music added per day, which is not bad.
Is that because there's more music released, or?
No, I think it's like a big part that we'll get to soon. A big part, like a small part, is that we have more active editors. Not a huge rate, but still
better import tools.
Better import tools, I think, is a really big part of it.
Yeah,
right.
So basically, I mean, last year we were more than 50% of all new release apps done by importers. Now it's grown to 53%. And like one big change has been a Tisket, like thanks ATK. Like it's actually overtaken every other importer. And we almost have 100,000 releases per year now added with that, which makes adding like everything, including cover art and a lot of like and even IRC is a lot simpler. So like
relationships.
Some relationships as well, yes.
Only copyrights.
Also relationships for some artists sometimes. It will allow you, if they are missing Spotify links and things, it will allow you to add those too.
That's super useful for ListenBrainz in particular. So that's the kind of stuff that I appreciate from them.
Yeah, so basically, as you can see, like basically everything else has stayed more or less the same, except for Deezer and iTunes, who have gone significantly down because everyone has found about that as skeptics using that, which imports from the same site.
Yeah.
So about genres, we have seen like it has become like the growth was a lot slower than last year, but that's because like last year we had like both Alastair doing a lot of bot importing of data they have collected, and a huge import program via bot also from Bandcamp tags. Neither of the two are running this year, so we have actually seen the amount of tags and genres coming in go to a more human amount. So instead of getting 5 million per year, we are getting like several 100,000. Like we expect to some degree that once ListenBrainz actually allows people to submit their genre tags from the site, that we will actually see a big improvement on that as well.
Yeah, the OB radio should help with that.
So like we are really looking forward to like that actually becoming more popular and more available for everyone, because we think that's going to make a big difference.
And one should note that just OB radio is only good because we have all these amazing tags already, right? And there are just so many freaking tags that the OB radio is actually fairly easy to do because the data is so good.
And it's basically going to be a virtuous circle where the more people use it, the more tags they will want to add, and then the better the result will get, hopefully.
Makes me happy.
I think there might be a specific way that will show that ListenBrainz is happening is if the amount of recording tags in particular shoots up dramatically. Because I think people aren't using tags for recordings very much.
Not that
as
much.
far as I can say.
Yeah, we haven't been following to the point. We haven't been following that in the stats here at all because we didn't have that many. So yeah.
ListenBrainz, once we have voting on tags, it will probably be first for track per track basis. So it's tied to the recording, and so that will be, I think, the way to track it.
So we should certainly actually start tracking that. Sam?
I'll shout out some of the. We've got some younger contributors that are really interested in tags in the last maybe couple of years, doing real good work. And Flaky been building some tools. He's done the Picard tag importer before we got around to it, so you can import all of your genre tags by release or recording from your whole collection via Picard. So there's some good. We just don't quite have the use case for a community to run in and use it like with ListenBrainz, but some cool stuff.
And basically we are pretty much ready. Well, we were already last year pretty much ready. Now it's a bit rotten, but we have to get it there again. But we have mood support basically waiting on ListenBrainz to actually deal with it.
We'll get to that sometime next year.
So basically, if people are interested in moods, don't ask us, ask the ListenBrainz team. I'm sure they will be happy to get back to you on that.
or hide in the corner somewhere.
So on the screen, there's a list of our top genres where you can see the huge amount of the long tail effect we get. We're already in the top 10. It goes from almost 1.5 million of rock uses to less than 250,000 of metal. And this only goes that way to the point where we have 2,000 genres, a lot of which are very rarely used because they're very obscure music genres. But I do specifically want to give a shout out to whoever is adding over 6,000 releases of Harsh Noise Wall. I hope they haven't listened to all of them because that's probably painful. But congrats for the work. We appreciate it. I'm assuming it's 2 people, but they may be wrong.
So do you suppose normal people use MusicBrainz?
No.
I mean, given the difference between rock and pop, I think that already shows something about the difference between MusicBrainz users and the world at large.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's very
same for something like hip hop or R&B, R&B being completely missing from the top 10. I think that shows a lot about what our kind of nerdiness is about.
Yeah.
Where's the house?
I mean, that's under electronic. I mean, there is obviously house. Actually, techno and house were pretty close behind it. So it wasn't that far away. They are certainly in the top 20. But then we actually have a fair amount of electronic music nerds. I mean, we're not discos, probably because no one gets paid for putting things in, but still. But yeah, there's a lot of love for obscure metal subgenres above things that most people in the street would be listening to, so you really see how we skew when you look at the top 50 genres.
Yeah, and when you look at the ListenBrainz top tracks, you see very much a skew. Very much.
I mean, it's impossible to avoid that, but we just need to get bigger and bigger for that to get smaller and
you know
smaller.
what? The systemic biases and skews I'm okay with, right? Because that's just a good representation of the people that are using our site. Cool. Right? It's the biases that artificially get introduced that I have issues with, right? And since we don't do that, I'm okay with that, right? Because fundamentally, this is a good argument for us to use that when somebody says oh, this data is biased. It's yes, it's biased, and that's just having bias in it. But if you invite your friends to come listen to this music, and especially if you have friends who are in the underrepresented categories of the music that we listen to, then we can make this better. So again, we can turn everything into a call to action.
Yeah.
Apparently, you only need a friend or two to tag over 6,000 things. So.
Yeah, and as we've seen, we can see our individual tastes. Like Monkey and I can see our individual tastes in the similarity data that's being created. So we can it's working well, but it's like right on the threshold of just working. So we double our community, that's going to have a huge impact for the quality of the data.
One thing I'm really looking forward to for MusicBrainz and ListenBrainz together is like see the impact that better translations into more languages are going to have in this. Because I think that our big problem of MusicBrainz is that we are only serving most of the people who speak English.
Yeah.
And like I would really like to see like a lot of music from other parts of the world to actually come in.
Yeah.
So like if you have, I mean, other than translations, which are obviously an important part of it, I would love to hear about ways that people think we could make that easier or better, if anyone has any. And not right now, but during the week. I would love to know more about that. Also because I want to listen to that shit, and I can't listen to that shit if no one's having it. So, okay, and yeah, I forgot to mention that basically we're adding, I'm adding new genres every week, pretty much. So I mostly try to follow lists of genres added to Rager Music, which has a very active genre list community. And then we just follow what people request. So if anything is missing and it's not soundtrack, which is not a genre, you can request it. If it's soundtrack, then you cannot request it because it's already there and I will close it again.
Mongol metal, please.
Please add a ticket.
There's been a lot of appreciation for how quickly we have a bit of a crowd that is big Rate Your Music listeners, and they've specifically called out how great it is that MusicBrainz beats them to adding some genres. Like it's the point of difference. They're just like, because they care about genres, they're like, this is already a MusicBrainz, like Rate Your Music doesn't even have it, or like, so, or we're adding really ridiculous ones that Rate Your Music's like, no thanks to, but yeah.
It's good to hear that the work is appreciated.
Yeah, they notice.
Yes, you can, like anyone who's watching from Discord community, just feel free to add tickets and request things, and as long as you have the sources, I will usually be happy to add it. Again, it's not soundtrack. Okay, so that's a lot of generic milestones for the year, like big threshold we've crossed this year. So we have 100 million MPIDs.
40 million relationships?
Which basically, I mean, it's such a big number that I'm pretty sure we're going to have to start using scientific notation for this next year. So hence already getting ready for it. We have gone over 40 million relationships, which is frankly insane. I mean, I haven't done the checks. I expect like around, a lot of them are URLs, but even that is already really great. We have gone to over 3 million unique ISRCs, which given how hard usually those have been to find historically, is actually pretty great. I expect the main source is again Antisket and similar tools that actually allow you to use well, it's not actually Antisket. I am sorry to the author of the app that partners with that, but they partner with an app that actually allows you to check the Spotify API for ISRCs and add them to MusicBrainz.
For the ISRC submitter.
And that's lovely, and I've been using it all the time, and I'm sorry I forgot your name, but keep doing that. Datsumo?
Yeah.
So thanks to Datsumo for that job.
Yeah, just wanted to add for relationships and recordings with artist credits. For our relationships, we can have attributes, we can have dates. There are a lot of data into this. It's not simple data.
Yeah, like it's actually, I mean, relationships, especially non-URL relationships, are usually the kind of thing that I would have considered like power user, nerdy kind of hardcore stuff, and seeing 40 million of them, even if let's say 30 million are actually URLs, it still kind of blows my mind. So I'm really happy to see that. And yeah, so basically, I mean, I expect of the 30 million recordings, around half of them need to be merged, but we may get there one day. But that's still a pretty impressive number. Okay, so we have actually gotten more editors active this year than last, around 200 more, which is actually a bigger growth than we had last year and the year before. So I'm not sure where they're coming, but that's really good to see it. I'm not sure if it's connected to ListenBrainz or not, but in any case, it's a pretty good number to see. Number of voters is likely up, given how much we need those, even if I think difference is like 7, but I'm really happy about those 7 because we really need every voter we get. So people, please go out and vote. and the MusicBrainz.
Especially if you have an increase of 200,000 200,000 edits every year?
No. That's the next row. We actually got
from before. You were saying that you have more and more.
No, we have 200. Oh yeah, that's specifically at release edits. But like if you check out all the edits that have been made, that's the next point. We've actually gone for the first time, I would assume. First time we've been checking any time over 10 million edits per year, with 11 million edits last year.
It's insane.
That is absolutely ridiculous. I'm not sure how much longer Reddit search is going to cope with that, but for all their purposes, that's amazing. So thanks to all of our editors for this.
So Lucifer created the table the other day, and I looked at it like, how many rows this is? It's probably kind of a large table. It's only in the 30 million rows, but it's still fine. It queries just fine. Mind blown.
So we have every year done a check on how the kind of edits people do after edits, and like how many edits the most active editors versus the long tail are doing, which happens to be an exact draw this year with both the top 25 most active editors and everyone after 100 entering 37% of edits, which is a fairly respectable amount for the long tail, to be fair. So that's very nice to see. And you can really see, though, the difference between like different kinds of edits just by seeing the ad release amounts between our top 25 versus the long tail, where like only 20% of the release ads were made by our top 25 editors versus more than half being done by the long tail, which is very different when you look at other kinds of edits, like ad relationship, for example, which very much shows, like, of course, where the mass interest is. But like, and I think that will only get more and more significant if we keep getting more people to ListenBrainz. We actually want the releases to be there to match things.
Yeah.
So like, and that also shows that even beginner editors are concretely very much adding releases, that's the place where we probably should focus our efforts to simplify it as much as possible for beginner editors to be able to do it with more ease. So that's certainly something for us to actually look into as a priority in that sense. We already kind of knew, but like, just seeing those numbers actually makes it a lot more obvious.
And the rise of the importers and the amount of releases that are added by importers is another.
I mean, obviously, the importers actually do make it easier for people who are not experts and haven't actually gone through everything at the learning curve to actually add releases, which is probably like a big reason why we have like a long tail adding more releases than ever before. But any way we can make that simpler is probably both better for them and less work for like experienced editors to clean up if a beginner makes a mess. Sometimes it happens and it's fine, and we've all been there.
It might even increase it, and the long tail becomes even longer.
So that's all I have to say right now. So I want to give a big thanks to everyone. Me and Rick are very happy to have you.
So who all worked on this presentation?
Sorry?
Who all put stuff into this presentation? It was you three, was it?
I mean, so we've all collected data and wrote it down, and I moved it to your template and stuff.
Cool.
Any questions?
I had an extra question about genres.
Okay.
Which was just the genre stats. Again, I told them to use IRC, but let's just is it? It's total use, isn't it? That's the clarification. It's not releases or.
That's totally use.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, like I mean, like I dropped a bunch of like per entity checking for genres because like it was actually not that relevant really. But for example, we did check that only around 5% or so of artists currently have genres, as opposed to like more than 40% release groups. So like for example, that's a clear bias on where tags go. But like basically people tag more artists. That's always useful.
there was a feature in the process about aliases of genres.
Yes.
What's the status of the thing?
So the status of aliases for genres is we can store them. They can be used as aliases, as for any other entity, but they are not currently used for genre tag calculation. So basically, once we have a new search server release, you will be able to query the API for like genre aliases like you would with any other entity and whatnot. But we don't currently have a search for them using the aliases, but we don't currently have a way for them to actually count for the tag number.
So
this is in the works.
Hip-hop is one genre, and then
Hip-hop is not a genre right now. Officially, it's still listed in the other tags cloud, which is mostly alternative names for genres at the moment.
Yeah.
Like basically, if you look at our non-genre tags cloud, the top 25, basically 20 of them are genre tags with different spellings or with similar issues like that, and only a few others are like English, Japanese, and things to that effect. And another thing that was connected to that is that one feature that we hope to publish reasonably soon, I forget the status of that, I think it's up for review and needs a few touches, is a way to actually edit your existing tags. So for example, bulk edit. So for example, if you are a person who has added tags as hip-hop and you don't want to wait until like we actually use aliases, and you are willing to accept that the right way of saying it is hip-hop without a hyphen, then you will be able to just change them all in one go and actually have them all count. So that is also like, that's probably going to be out way before we actually get aliases working properly.
Also probably a way to kill a genre tag by taking over the tags and renaming everything to Berlin or something.
And that's perfectly acceptable if people want to do it. I mean, they all can only change their own tags, so if they have...
It only counts for one on each.
Yeah, if other harsh noise wall people decide they want to change that to something else, then we are going to have to just rename the tag, or it will be completely genre, or it will be completely empty, but yes.
And about genre, is there any kind of relationships between genre already?
Yes. So I think we might have brought this up last year, but I forget. In any case, yes, so we have both URL relationships for genres, which, okay, actually, yeah, like a lot of these were basically coming out this year, I forgot to mention, because they were based on the new relationship editor. So we have URLs for genres we already had last year. So, for example, like the Wikipedia page or things like that, Breaker Music, and we now have like ways to link them to areas. So, for example, this is a genre, like a traditional genre from Nigeria. We have ways to link them between themselves. So this is a subgenre of this other, and it has influences of a third.
Influenced by
which is obviously like slightly unscientific, because like it's always debatable what has influences of what. But
genres aren't scientific.
So we are mostly following documentation that we find like elsewhere. So basically, if like Racer Music or Wikipedia claim an influence and it doesn't seem ridiculous, I'll mostly add it. And if someone complains, then I will look into it further.
And will this data be available in the API?
In what?
In the API for
so yes,
on your,
yes. So I mean, like part of it already is, but I think the relationships are again one thing that is waiting for the update of the search server.
Okay.
Because we are not making big updates to the API until that's ready. So if you're in a rush with this and you know some Python and you want to help us update the search server to Python 3, just feel free to jump in and you'll get it early. Okay.
I just wanted to say that I'm excited by the relationship between genres. This was a subgenre, it's influenced by blah, blah, blah. Because as we add features for ListenBrainz, one of them I have in mind is a genre explorer. Based on that information specifically.
That was the idea.
I'm excited to do something like that one day.
So we have an internet question?
Yeah, actually that's for me.
Stop making push the button for nothing. That's it. That's exercise, you know.
Yeah, you gotta go do something.
He built this box.
On labs.api.listenbrainz.org, we now have similar tags as well. So if somebody wants to go use that API to take a look at like what similar tags exist, now just note that currently we filter out all of the popular tags. So if you were never going to get recommended punk as a similar tag because that's not useful for the recommended for the LD recommendations, right? But I find it very useful for actually discovering other genres and so forth, and we use it there. That if a user gives us one genre tag, then we'll just look at a couple of other similar genre tags to expand the query for further region discovery.
How does it do that?
Yeah, for clarification, similar in this case is how often they appear side by side on a recording.
It's very difficult because bands tend to qualify their music sometimes. For example, you can have a band saying they are doing like progressive rock, and another one which is doing almost the same kind of music prefer to use, for example, stoner rock or something. And
psychedelic rock.
Yeah, or psychedelic rock. It's all variant of the same thing. So
you'll end up with those as a sort of tag cloud. These are the similar tags. Not because someone smart added a relationship between the two genres, but because they appear side by side.
Okay, if this is someone else in the room, I'm gonna get angry.
Ivan?
So, exercising my analysis skills.
Okay. Please, the question?
No, just to add, if you are getting into the nerviness about genre, that we consider linking also to areas and probably to dates. There are some genres which are defined in a certain period under a certain name, and later on it's been relabeled into a different name. So we can already use the aliases with dates because there are dates.
There are aliases with dates.
On aliases, so we can say So there is a lot of details that can be added, but it may require some change when we get to it.
Well, the more questions you ask, the more rate is on the screen, so I'm very happy to keep answering questions.
Providing answers, not questions. So
sure. That works.
If you have a question.
Is there anything else? Okay, then I can go in charcoal.
I don't know if it's on purpose.
You made a video, right?
Yeah, I just sent it to Kirsten. She's like, did you just rickroll me? I'm sorry, not sorry.
I feel like that your Rick rolls. That's funny.
Yeah. Are we taking a break or are we moving on to the next topic?
Who's next?
Akshat wants to go? Alright, we'll take a break after Akshat's done. Cool. Yeah. Have you shared your slides in the Summit app?
Yep, it's in there.
Is there a pickup presentation?
Not yet, no.
Okay.
But
I can
I can prepare one. We can talk a little bit about what the.
Yeah, well, I can do something. But
I already asked Bob as well if he has some input what he wants to see, but I have a few ideas.
Yeah. We can do another day.
Simon requested it as well. Then.
We can do another day if you want.
I think
this was linked to the
because it's almost 18. Yeah, I think it's better for to do it another day and specific presentation of that.
Okay, same question for you.
Okay, hi everyone. So Akshat this side, and so I'll do a bit of a discussion about what happened last year. So last year we decided that the app was too complicated and things didn't fit in, and then we started thinking maybe we should just change the name of the app or have it like a hybrid working together. but then the conclusion was that let's separate the app, because ListenBrainz is a whole separate thing. As Robert already mentioned, that the user bases are completely different from MusicBrainz and ListenBrainz. So back in October, we had this discussion. I went back and just put together the app. I just basically cloned the MusicBrainz app and started working with changing the brand name and stuff, and just sort of keeping the ListenBrainz stuff over there. And somewhere around December, when Year in Music was coming together, it seemed really amazing to use it, because a couple of years back, when I was initially part of the Year in Music project, we faced the issue of sharing the whole artwork to other people and other platforms, because it was pretty weird. So the solution which we thought of was to use a native solution where we can have an intent-based solution for it. That's where things started. We got a lot more contributions. Jasjeet is one of them. So as I keep saying, the ListenBrainz app is a fight for simplicity, because we need to simplify things. Let's just summarize what is the whole app up to. So you listen to music, okay, fine. We can submit that to ListenBrainz for you. We can let you share cool things with your friends and other social platforms. We ensure you only care about a single user interface for everything. And we let you access your local music and submit that as well. And the biggest of all, we have dark theme.
We have cookies coming.
So that's the basic idea behind the app. I'm only summarizing because this is the first time we are actually officially talking about the ListenBrainz app. We didn't have it until last year. And yeah, so this year we had this Google Summer of Code project by Jasjeet, which is the feed section, and it helps make the app social. The few points which we have are we have you can have an eye on what people are doing with ListenBrainz. We also have a cool feature where we have buffed up the feed with 2 new sections called follow listens and similar listens for segregating the listens of the people you follow and listens of the people you are similar to, because we see the feed as a nice entry point for people where they can see this cool social aspect. A lot of people prefer streaming music from their mobile. I know you guys are gonna hate me for that, but I can assure you that it's a big problem, because a lot of people like me and the youngsters, we prefer having just streaming services from mobile. So it makes sense for us to use the app directly to access the feed, because we can't expect everyone to just be listening on their mobile and then going to the browser, cooking up the listenbrainz.org website, signing in again, and then working on things. That's where the app is more useful. We'll just do a quick video demo of how the app feels like. So this is basically the feed section. You can scroll through the different tabs and see what are the features over there. And similar to what the website does, you can open stuff on MusicBrainz, you can pin a track, and you can also submit reviews directly from the app. You can personally recommend. So as soon as it's pretty simple, it's all clean. Yeah. So just to give a demo. So this is how we are submitting reviews to MetaBrainz as well. And once that is done, I could just refresh the feed, and you can see like I pinned a track, and I can also delete that track. I do so after a while in this video. As I've deleted it, it goes away. So it's pretty convenient in that sense. It is basically replicating the website. And yeah, you can also listen to songs directly from the app. And one thing to note about this feature is that, as Rob kept mentioning about the worries during the MetaBrainz presentation, that someone could like flag us and not give us that streaming right. But in the app currently, we use intents. So we are not playing the music from the app directly. We are basically directing the user to the respective app. So in this case scenario, we are likely to never be sued or anything would happen in this kind of a scenario. So
I just want to say I've been using the feed. I really like it.
I love it.
Big improvement to the app. The app was okay for submitting stuff, but I wasn't using it.
And
it doesn't do anything, and the feed has changed that. I'm now actually going to have a look once in a while and looking for the music.
And if I wasn't the person telling you to like keep a single focus and not keep adding more shit to it, I would be saying, "Oh, can you please add LB radio to it?" So I guess I have to wait for that.
Well, since I'm not the person asking for those things, you should ask LB radio to it. I forgot like maybe you said it and I missed it, but like, do you already allow submitting tags and genres from the app?
No.
So that would be something I would really love to see, because like, you know, the moment where I see myself the most at editing genres and tags is when I'm like bored in a bus or something, listening to something, and I'm like, you know, I might as well. So like, I think that might be a good place to do it.
So last night Rob was playing something from The Office, and I was like, oh, I wonder what that is. And rather than go to open up the app and then go to my follows and then find Rob, it already loaded on feeds, and I swiped right once. And not only could I see what he was listening to, but also at the same time I saw what everyone else was listening to. You know, it was a really, it feels really good.
Was that Bicep?
Oh, I can't remember now. It's quite late, but you know, it's good.
One more thing which it doesn't relate more to the Android side of the things, but on the iOS side of the things, there is a thing called Shazam, if you guys have used. So one of our contributors was working on using Shazam directly. So like in your use case, if you just heard Rob listening to a song, you could just open up the app. You can start searching for the song. Like, hey, like, tell me which song this is. This is already a native feature on iOS though, but this is something which we could bring up. Not coming in this year, but this was something cool. I got the contributor to work on this kind of a POC for us, and it works pretty well on iOS.
That sounds cool.
I didn't understand completely. Is from the ListenBrainz app, you press something and it uses Shazam to tell you what it is?
Yes. Okay. It basically identifies the song on the go.
Does it find me the MusicBrainz as well then?
No, that's what
that's what would be missing.
Yeah,
like if you want to put it in the app, then it should have a connection to MusicBrainz, I guess.
Yes. That's the whole idea behind it.
It's submitted as a listen to this.
Well, you did technically listen to it, so that would make sense.
Review, pin or review any song, even if you're not playing it. You know, it's cool.
Well, I mean, that actually would be quite cool if you're at a club or something.
Yeah, you can review
every song and automatically submit it to
add to my playlist.
Because you're literally listening to it.
Yep. The second thing was the main idea where I was more interested in the app last year. So the share feature and the unique UX which the app provides us. So one thing to note is the app provides gesture-based scrolls and transitions. It can be done easily on web also, but from my experience, that is an extra effort. So the app provides it natively. You'll see in the video what I'm talking about. We have intent-based connection to external social platforms. So this basically means you can share things to Instagram directly from the app without any hassle, and it's super easy to share. The video would basically show you the year in music 2022. So let's say you hit the share button, you can select any app that you want to go to, and that's it. You can share it to your socials. You can add stuff. This is the Instagram UI directly. And the gesture-based stuff is basically like you can use your fingers to move around the place. The back also has some transitions available. So another example of the share feature where I can just simply go to Instagram and just share it at one go. This was one problem which we faced 2 years back during Year in Music. We had to download it, go to a social platform, and then do the whole stuff. So this is where the app shines a lot. We can share to any social platform. And I'm very keen on the gestures part of the things because I've seen a lot of animations come in and the app provides it natively. So that's where the UX shines. The UI can be the same, but the UX is more geared towards the native development. Yeah, the listens and the settings. So we basically get real-time updates of listening now and listens history. We have been working on improving this. Soon we'll get another update, which should make this feature concrete. That's the idea. We have SDK support for Spotify and YouTube. We allow users to customize their submission and app-wide accessibility using the settings screen. So a cool video for that would be, this is your listens history in the app currently. I can just click on any song and play it basically. So it basically opens up on YouTube because it doesn't have a Spotify mapping to it currently. If it does have a Spotify mapping, it plays on like the Spotify SDK, using the Spotify SDK. So the cool thing over here is that until last year, we didn't have this update instantaneously. But if you see, the listening now also updates instantaneously. Even the listen history updates on the go. Another part is the local music player. It is pretty shitty right now, but our hope is to fix it. It's not our main priority right now. So we received a few emails on support saying that, hey, my Android app doesn't have any notification support. So I'm unable to submit any listens. So so they don't have a notification tray. So we are unable to detect what all songs they are listening to. So that's where the local submissions work. So the person wanted that, hey, I do have the files on my mobile. When I'm listening to it, I want to submit it. That's my idea. I want to use the ListenBrainz app as a player itself. That was the intention behind the Brains player also in the app. So it's called the Brains player, and it allows users to be in app all the times, continue listening to music, and use the social features. So currently, if we saw, whenever we play a song, it opens up the intent to another app and then plays it. But the idea has to be that the user has to stay on the app. They can listen to the songs there itself on the app. We want to give this as a setting for them, whatever they want to do. So one basic demo is something like, these are the local songs on my mobile phone. So whenever I click on play, it switches the song, it plays it all. We have a queue system available on this. But yeah, we really need to fix the UI, because currently the number of people who prefer using local players are less. But the idea is to use the technology that we have built, but revamp it and use it for playing songs remotely, but give a user interface to the user as well. So if you see that player which we have, we need to connect that to the SDK directly, so that from the app itself, the user could move to, let's say, 1 minute, 30 seconds of that song. That is the idea behind the section. We need to figure it out. Currently, we support this as a place in the bottom navigation, but given our UI UX has changed a lot, maybe we should hide this button for now, make it less accessible somewhere in some settings or something, until we figure out what the best UX for this process would be. I think that's pretty much it. We do have some stats. It's just been a few months. I don't think it's even been a year. And we have close to 700 downloads. Given we only do promotions via blogs, nothing else. And the codebase has already attracted 6 new contributors to know more about MetaBrainz and work with us. People have roughly submitted about 63,000 listens already. Lucifer, help me with this query.
That's cool.
And congratulations to you for continuing to. But to not only spearhead this, but to continue to bring new people into the project that are helping you, right? Well done, freaking awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say that I'm gonna admit that when you said that you were living and doing something else, but you would continue working on this, I was like, yeah, okay, he'll be gone next month. It's impossible, especially because I knew you wanted to work very hard on your new job anyway. Like, there's no way he's gonna keep doing this. I mean, it was cool that he was working on this, and to see you actually here, actually have an expanded team and actually having improved the app as much as it has, it's really, really unexpected in a good way. So good job.
I agree entirely.
Six new
I'll get the rest sometime.
is more than we had this year for the MusicBrainz server.
Wow.
Yeah. And you know, the 700 downloads, and you've noticed this, but I'm sure you have. I don't know if I've pretty consciously slowed down us publicizing this. Like, I've been putting the brakes on because I don't want us to have a bad launch, basically. So what we've got is we're inviting people to use it, particularly people who are familiar with similar apps, but we're not pushing to new people. So I think, I think you're doing great work, and I feel like we're close to just opening it up, and then we'll see it go up. So that'll be cool.
And it's like I said in my presentation, it's become a critical part of my everyday music listening part, right? And having that in the house and not having to rely on an outside party to then that just makes me really, really happy.
Makes sense. So a big shout out to the developers helping us. So Jasjeet is one of them. I love the work he has been doing. One thing to note is that this guy, he went ahead and also started contributing to the server because
Jazz J, you guys haven't heard the story. He has been really humble about this. But Jazz J made a tiny little mistake where he let his brother use his Payoneer account. Payoneer basically freaked the fuck out and said, he violated our terms of service, we're not paying him, right? So he wasn't going to get his mentor stipend because Payoneer was a bunch of assholes. And the Google team went to bat for him and a bunch of other people and so forth, and it was just like, yeah, it's not going to happen. So he found the senior executive of Payoneer responsible for India, contacted him, convinced him that he didn't do anything wrong, and that guy said, yeah, unblock his account. He unblocked his account and got paid by Google. Wow. I am stunned with his initiative to go pull that through. Like, that's stunning.
If the Google open source team has been doing their shit for 20 years and working with Payoneer side by side, literally having issues every year, and they weren't able to do it, but he was, come on.
I'm really interested in talking to Stephanie about this, like what her take is. She's like, I don't know what you guys did, but I think Jazz J ought to write up a little FAQ on, like, this is what you do.
Knowing him from, like, IRC and stuff, I can kind of see it, I can see him, I can see him doing it.
But hey!
Hello!
So a huge shout out to him. I would like to mention that he has helped us with the designs. He has helped us with the re-architecture of the app. He has helped us bring new features in. I'm just the one who is trying to bring in ideas to him, but he's the one who is helping us code more, and he's been brilliant with the code. I love the refactors and everything that he has done. I am in my experience with Android for the last 4 or 5 years or so, I think the ListenBrainz code base is the best currently that I have on any app. So that makes things very easy to add in, customize, and whatever we want to do. Another big step which I want to do is just move things to the design system, so that it'll be much easier for us to maintain other projects. But other than that, I feel we are in a state where we can build anything in the app. We don't have to worry about thinking, hey, can this be done or not? We just need to sit together and decide that, hey, these are the priorities, and then we are good to go with the app. And another shout out to Lucifer. He helped us fix the login process. So he helped us hack the process where we can ease out the user experience. And shout out to Rob, Simon, and Monkey for constantly helping us with some testing here and there. And again, another shout out to Simon for helping with the blogs and giving the right UX for the app. pretty much it. I'm pretty excited, and just like an announcement. So we also have an iOS app being worked on. So I didn't plan on it initially until last year. We had decided that we'll take a couple of years to initiate that, but we saw contributors coming in. So the guy's name is Flash, I think. The Flash, he goes by that IRC. That guy has been working tremendously in the iOS side of the things, and I am really enjoying it. So I think we do have a good team. Since I think the best point is that our code bases are really good. So not just for contributing, people are here to learn as well. So that's a plus point for us.
I think that's one of the things that we do really well, like, bring people in and actually train them stuff. Sorry, I didn't mean to jump in.
No. Yeah, so I think most people probably don't know anything about the iOS app. So I've just got some basic questions. What's the amount of rework required for someone? Is the Flash coding it from scratch, or can they kind of piggyback off a lot of the Android
So
stuff?
basically the business logic is sort of the same, but it's in a different language.
Okay. Yeah.
So I think it's just like a boilerplate code that someone needs to get it done. And the best thing with the Flash is that he's still learning. So he's keen on understanding that. I understand both of the environments. So it's pretty easy.
Yeah.
So if he helps me with the boilerplate code, so basically it'll be the same as the Android stuff.
Yeah, and I guess that was my concern would be that, but you're on top of this, I'm sure, is that we diverge into, we've got desktop, Android, and then Apple, and they're all kind of different. I assume is the iOS just kind of following what Android's doing, kind of one-to-one? Is that the plan?
That is the idea,
Yeah. Okay.
Other than that Shazam thing which we did.
Yeah.
But currently, for example, the Flash is working on the feed section.
Cool.
And he's getting there. Cool. So I think we can all change the UI stuff later, but he's getting the main front end kind of the stuff already done for us.
Great.
UI is not a big deal in Android and iOS, I feel now.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I have a tester question actually. Do you know how I could get error reports and stuff like that when the app crashes? Because it's complicated for me. I see the thing crash. I know how to plug my computer my phone into my computer and run it at that time and get the logs if it crashes. But the crashes are
offline for later.
Yeah.
I'm also trying to, I'm sorry. So we're in 50 minutes where our session ends, and I'd like to get a couple more presentations.
I'll ask you later.
Okay, works.
So more short questions?
One, yes. What are the plans about translating the app?
Yeah.
Will we get it into WebPlay?
Yeah, we should get it into WebPlate. So I did connect with Yavan a few months back, I think. But I feel like you are already aware.
Are there any blockers, or can we do it? If
we can do it.
We could do it this weekend at some point.
Yeah, that's perfect then.
It's just different file formats, and so there are different constraints for.
Yeah,
but it's
all easy. We do that.
And I looked also into BookBrainz and MetaBrainz websites, which already have some code for localization.
So we have another Android developer over here with us. So Philip has been doing great work. I follow your work. It's really good, and he has experience with WebPlate. So I'm pretty sure that should be easy enough for us.
I already wanted to set it up, but I thought, well, maybe I had to jump over someone doing that.
No, let's do it. Let's do it this week.
Okay.
Anything else?
Okay, so how do we get Lucifer? Lucifer is our next person up. How do we get Lucifer on to do his presentation? How do we do that?
You can just share it.
Yeah, so we'll just mute the audio from this, and then we just need to play his audio through whoever's got the loudest laptop speakers, probably.
We
can connect those.
And we should inform Lucifer about our plans. That's important.
Alright, we'll just.
Is he on Zoom and can hear us, or should we write him a message?
I believe he's on Zoom, but I'll run.
Yeah, it's in the front. You're looking at the front. You were looking at
the front?
The white LED is the front. And the port you're looking for is. Not sure that works. Linux audio is a disaster.
Someone was talking about Ticketmaster API on IRC, and I saw that they don't have artists, they have attractions. It says a lot about the state of the industry, really. I mean, I understand that it's also because we have other things, like commercial circus and theater tickets, but still.
They are. Their hands are so full of their asses. In fact, they're getting invested, like Congress is coming up with a law that basically curtails their bullshit. Is that bad?
Did we know they leaked to us?
Huh?
Did we know they leaked to us?
Yeah, they were a customer for a while.
Okay, so they have like.
Yeah, and then when they got back, like the pandemic derailed them, but they said like, hey, at some point we're gonna pick up the work again and support you.
Okay, cool, but
So,
then it's fine.
Yeah, for now.
Thank you.
Hello.
That's nice.
Okay.
Alright, time to mute.
Komischerweise kann ich doch hochkommen, mein Supermarkt auf die Kühe.
Maybe we're set.
Let's try it. Lucifer, can we hear you?
So he can't hear us now. I just told him that we're muted and he can to not get the feedback. So I've muted us and I've just told him to turn his audio on. Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking forward to meeting Lucifer in person next week.
Yes.
I'm jealous.
You have never met him?
No!
Oh, I thought he would have to be in India or something at some point.
No, he was, no, that didn't happen in India.
Oh, wow.
I
wasn't sure you at least had met him.
No.
I have met him. So we know he's a real person, not just a team with an AI generated face.
I mean, that's all we know.
I mean, because I've seen a face on the internet, but looking at the output, I was never sure it was actually three different people.
Oh, okay, he's talking.
Yeah. It's all deep fakes and shit.
Well, it's better. It's better than actual AI code, so it's probably not an AI, but it might be three programmers.
We know that's working.
He's saying he's trying to fix it. Might be on his end.
Okay, what?
It might be on his end.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, I can eat chocolate. Oh. Chocolate.
It's funny that even being this close, you'll have to move.
Yeah, all the vegan chocolates are too far away. I know.
Unless I listen to the words to the feed.
Oh, this was good. Yeah. Yeah, that's good.
I hope it's nice and short.
This guy near you. Is that chocolatier?
Yeah.
Ooh, projectionception. Okay. Can I do a position?
Oh yeah. That's working.
It's a meta presentation.
Orange? Yeah, it's orange, right?
If you would try one, I would try one as well.
No.
Good seeing.
It's a good one.
Yeah. So, is Marmite considered vegan?
Actually, I mean, I don't really eat it. I just bought it for the fact that it's a weird New Zealand thing. I mean, it's mainly yeast, I think. Isn't that vegan? I think. Is it Marmite infused? Would you mind? Australian? Yeah.
If nobody wants this, I'll take it to Kirsten.
Yeah, for sure.
Very happy.
Yeah, random TV stuff. He is audible. Oh, Prathafish said Lucifer's audible, but that means we've got an issue on our end.
Oh, yeah.
He says, let me know when to start.
Start.
There will be so that's better than 10 pass debit. It will be a 10 pass debit with at least one vote.
So basically, like we were talking through like how PRF to make all beginner
Someone tried talking on the channel on the
Shaman and Salvador are suggesting that that is problematic because a lot of that never get voted already, and they basically just mean all people are stop being beginners as long as they do some edits after 10 days. It's not necessarily a problem in my eyes, but they understand why they want to try and avoid that. So I was thinking it would be possible.
Sorry?
Are we supposed to see him or just the voice?
No, we should. No, we should see this and his voice. Yeah. We shouldn't see him.
Yes vote.
I plugged it in here,
But I'm not sure how easy that would be to do because it probably involves a bunch of joining that might slow the check quite a bit.
Oh, there we go.
We have to select a
Salvador,
speaker
I feel like
Well, this isn't doing anything.
Maybe we can, I mean, I'll leave a comment here saying that we may
At the end of the video, we'll have the perfect setup.
Let's see if they think that will work.
No, he came through on
next year.
Yes.
Hello.
He's coming
Mic
through.
testing 1 2 3.
He's coming through on the laptop.
No, here.
Hello.
Oh, maybe we should plug the.
We can hear you.
Let's plug in the laptop.
Yeah.
The speaker is on his laptop.
On the thing?
But did you also select the right audio out from Zoom?
Yes, we've been hearing service.
But like,
Yeah.
the system audio.
You got a minute?
Did you?
Oh, sorry.
I
should.
For the whole.
I've got to quit my
They have to
keep
restart
half an eye on.
Okay.
or at least one, five, and then waiting a week so they can actually vote, and then waiting 2 weeks so they can like another week so they can
I mean, I know how.
then it's not no, like they cannot do that because they would need on beginners and vote
We'll see
again.
how far it can go.
So they would need to get at least one of the to stop being a beginner. Yeah.
Best I can do.
Nah, you can do better if you don't hang out.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
What do you want to connect this to?
Into your audio.
Okay. Over
Because they don't have
It can come, right?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
I'm
it
pretty
can
sure
come.
that's
Yeah. Monkey.
because it's very polite in a weird way. The previous one wasn't for the other guy. But the point was actually, like, I think it was just a bunch of friends who make music, and they were voting on each other's edits.
Can you say something,
Make
Karthik?
changes, which is not against the code of conduct as such. And I mean, I kind of believe
Yeah,
the
it works now.
story enough that I'm like, okay, I'll unblock you.
Should I start?
Yes.
Still really bad.
Cool.
Because they are passing shit.
So, state of ListenBrainz 2023, where music meets data. Starting off with some statistics. So, as of today, we have about 759 million listens in our database. We have about 23.7 thousand users. This is up from around 19.8K users last year. We had created 411 pull requests since the last summit. Just in this year, already over 45 million listens have been submitted. Over 4,000 new users have been registered this year, and we have made 67 new releases since the last summit.
Yeah.
4 releases. So this is how the website looked in the last summit, and Monkey and Aerosolus have worked on a redesign, and now it looks like this, much better. So during the last summit, there were 4 pending JSON projects. All 4 have now been fully integrated. One of them was to add time zone preferences. We are now also using these for distributing playlists. Another one was to add personal recommendations. This is integrated in Prod. The third one was MLHT plus stumps. We are using the MLHT plus data in various statistics now. There was also a project to add a new press releases page. This has also been integrated. This year we had 3 GSOC projects. One was to improve the dataset post. Another one was to add Apple Music, and then similar artist visualizer. All of these 3 are currently a work in progress, but we hope to integrate them soon. The dataset poster project was to add typing support and some other feature improvements to make it easier to add new queries. For Apple Music, we are adding two features. One is to allow playing music on the ListenBrainz website using Apple Music, and the second is to allow exporting playlists to Apple Music. And this is the similar artist visualization page that was worked on by us. This is also currently pending integration. This year we also released some new data dumps, the canonical data dumps and the MLHT plus data dumps. So last year we did not have the feature to export playlists to Spotify because we did not know how to map recordings in MusicBrainz to Spotify tracks. So for this we built a Spotify metadata cache, which is basically a local cache of entire Spotify's catalog. We use this to map MusicBrainz recordings to Spotify tracks and power the export to Spotify playlist feature. There's also a similar cache under development for Apple Music, so that in future we can have export to Apple Music as well. So last year we did a lot of improvements to automatic MBID mapping, but there were always some shortcomings, or some users didn't like the automatic mapping. They wanted more precise mappings. So for that we introduced a feature called manual MBID mapping. Users can manually link their listens to their preferred recordings now. Then we added some new stats over the year. So the first one is listener stat. Basically for each artist, recording or release, you can view the total number of times they have been listened to in a specified time range, and you can also view the top N listeners. Currently we do not display this on our website, but this will be soon integrated in the upcoming artist pages. Then we added some similarity datasets. These are you can give it recording and it will show you similar recordings to that or similar artists to that. These are used in currently powering ListenBrainz recommendations. Then we have popularity datasets. These are basically the most popular artists or the most popular recordings of an artist over a given period of time. The special thing about popularity datasets is that this is using both MLHT plus data and ListenBrainz license data. Then we recently, Monkey and one of other contributors worked on adding the ListenBrainz art creator page. So you can go on ListenBrainz Explore Art Creator and create cover art for sharing using this. We also integrated SoundCloud in ListenBrainz this year. So you can now go to settings, click play music on ListenBrainz using SoundCloud. Link your SoundCloud account. You don't need to have a paid account. A free account also works fine, and it will just start playing music using SoundCloud. Then the last year's year-end music had many improvements over 2021's year-end music, which was its first edition. First of all, we integrated cover art in a lot more places. We also added easier sharing options. And finally, we didn't remove that folder name as well. So you can see both of those and compare your reports. So there was on the left side is how the sharing looks like on desktop, but on the mobile is where it really shines. You can share it to just any of the apps you have installed. Playlist also came with cover art, which was nice. Rob also worked on adding mega cover art collage, basically cover art of all the albums released in that year. That was also a visual tool. So ListenBrainz statistics are one of the most popularly used features of ListenBrainz. We improved them a lot over the last year. Featured credits are handled a lot better now. There were complaints about duplicates in releases, so we have updated the release stats to be based on release groups instead. And we also added cover art to release to album and track songs. So playlists, again, we didn't have the export features. We added export to Spotify. You can also export to GSPF directly and import in your player of choice, software of choice. We currently have 3 kinds of recommendation playlists: daily jams, weekly jams, and weekly exploration. Again, Monkey and Arizona worked on this very nice UI for recommendation playlists. Meham recently worked on the ListenBrainz Radio. I think he can give more detail about this later. But it's also pretty cool to discover new music. Other than that, lots of backend stuff. We migrated the listen table schema. There were some listen card inconsistencies across the website which were improved. There were some issues in the listen submission API that we do a lot of validation to ensure that something doesn't come and crash our systems. But every few weeks or months, we discover something new. Then we also upgraded our TypeScript, Python, and React versions. We upgraded the library we used to connect with RabbitMQ. The MB metadata cache is related to mapping, and we build it incrementally now so that updates are very frequent. And we improved the performance of our Docker builds, and we also removed MSIDs from a lot of the places. And that's it.
You're making too much noise. The program isn't actually talking.
Do we have any other presentations? Well, first of all, thank you, Lucifer.
Or questions for
Lucifer?
Lucifer?
Can you remove the any questions for Lucifer?
Remove what? The pin. Yeah, remove pin. Great.
You're still on there.
The view on the right top. View. Gallery.
That was quite the impressive list of features that were released. It's ridiculous.
It was really fast and like push.
Yeah, big hero features.
Yeah.
And each one of those is super cool too.
And some of these are really non-trivial.
Yeah.
Right? A lot of energy goes into like the listen table migration. It's just one little bullet point, but that was weeks worth of work. Right? So,
and even stuff like doesn't have a UI, like listener statistics and things like that. Users have been asking for years. It's really good to see those.
Yeah.
And that also means that the artists and album pages that are upcoming are going to be great from the get-go.
Yeah.
They're going to have tons of information and ways to discover new music, similar stuff. Other users that listen to the same music you do, and just various slices of that cake. Really exciting.
No other questions?
I guess my question would be if Lucifer's got anything that he's excited about that's coming up in particular, like future stuff, or.
Can you hear us?
I bet he's going to be happy to get Olaf done. That's my prediction.
You have to take the question.
All right. If anyone else wants to talk while I write this out, go for it.
I have a general question maybe Rob also can answer. I mean, the users are growing, right? How's the Spotify integration scaling? Because as I understand, the ListenBrainz has to always query Spotify for the listens. And for me, that always sounded like a little bit of a bottleneck that might become a problem.
Yeah, so far it hasn't been a problem.
I beg to differ. There's a delay, for example, between the moment you listen to a track and the moment it's in ListenBrainz, because we go through all the users that are connected to ListenBrainz and then poll for each one.
But there's even a delay between you listen on Spotify and it ends up in the Spotify API, so that's
so the importer does a pass every minute or two, right? But the delays for getting listens in can be 20 minutes, hours sometimes, right? So we are responsible for up to 2 minutes of this delay. All the other delays are Spotify.
But how is it? I mean, it's still that progress, right? That it has to check it for all the users very, very frequently. And how does this scale? And does it maybe run into some problems because at some points you reach out or you reach the limits?
It's going to be a problem, and I think the way forward is not literally to actually have everyone import from Spotify, because Spotify is not doing a good job on that, to be honest, right? They drop listens and the listens arrive late and so forth. I think the way forward that is going to have the least scalability issues are everyone use something like Scrabble or ListenBrainz App for actually submitting your listens. It's a much better experience because the now listening events are coming through almost instantaneously, and the listen submissions are working great. Right now we're still working out some issues with that, but we're going to get that done before too long, and that's changed the experience to the point where I've got my Spotify set up now to play only. I don't record from Spotify anymore. So that's working well enough, and it's going to work better soon.
Lucifer. Oh, sorry. Lucifer just answered the question in chat. So he just says, in LB in particular, I think the artist pages are going to be really interesting, which I'm like, great. And then he gave the nerdiest answer ever, which is, there are some back-end optimizations that I look forward to making. Those are not user-facing. I'm like, great. So he's excited about streamlining how we process listens in Spark Cluster, which, if you guys know what that means, that's great. But I'm glad he's excited.
I know enough to know that it's above my pay grade.
Very good.
The stuff that Lucifer is excited to optimize is already like past my level of comprehension of these technologies. So
I was just laughing when Lucifer was taking a database course, right? And database courses have like select star from table, and they talk about this for days. I was encouraging him to go to class and go to his teacher and to pull up one of our massive queries. It's like 300 lines long and say, "Hey teacher, can you help me with my query?" Sure, the teacher couldn't.
Arthurfish has a question?
Yeah, for Lucifer.
No. whenever I look up my favorite artists on Google, the first few links I see are generally for their Instagram, Wikipedia, Spotify, Apple Music, and that's that. I was wondering if we could get artists' homepages and get them search engine optimized. So I assume get ListenBrainz as the first result for what is this artist.
So the short answer in this is that when we make the artist pages, we will need to add the JSON LD markup in them as well. And then Google can find them. But ultimately the problem with like, will we get indexed by Google is up to Google, right? And it has been a completely confusing process. Well, they'll spend a bunch of time indexing us and so forth, and then the numbers go up, and then they just drop everything.
One thing for MusicBrainz website to get indexed is to get mobile ready, because it's a major criteria for the indexation now. And that's
ListenBrainz very much ready.
But I mean, you have to check which precise criteria are using at the moment, because it can change over time.
It would be really good to see actually, once you get our space in ListenBrainz, whether they automatically already shoot about MusicBrainz just because they're mobile ready, because that's probably give us a good indicator that that's the main problem.
I mean, before we unleash this, I need to actually contact the search, our contact at the search team and ask them, like, hey, so this is what we're going to do. Like, how do you guys feel about this? Make sure that we don't actually completely screw them up. But that's for another day.
Yeah, I mean, Rob obviously is already talking about search teams, so like it's a full-time job to optimize search results, and even then they don't really know what they're doing. So I think that's the answer, is we have to do it, and then we'll see if it places really well, then we go see what we can improve from there, and if it places really badly, we see what we can improve from there, and like, you know.
I think one blocker to that is people linking to ListenBrainz as a source of information, which people would have had no reason to do that up until now.
Oh no, no. We need that when we've got those pages, we can see what happens. I
was mentioning MusicBrainz because we have a direct link to ListenBrainz on the page. So if the MusicBrainz page for the artist is available, then you can go on ListenBrainz. And it's something that's really happened before we finish the documentation, because the last part is mostly about editing, and we are probably going to do the revamping of our pages before having completed the correct conversion of editing forms. So
I just wanted to say about the user pages that I think there's the difference between the MusicBrainz and the ListenBrainz project, right? And ListenBrainz can really make this the end user friendly thing. And I think the search optimization, there are a couple of technical basic stuff you need to do, you can do, and afterwards I think it should be indexed actually.
That's also
pretty, hopefully.
It's that huge difference that it's also more user friendly in general. And there are a couple of criteria as well as which elements are visible on the page immediately and so on. And this is all that ListenBrainz can do much better.
We have a question.
Well, I have three things actually. Two of them are quick though. One is that, well, we were actually already planning, Akshat was already asking us, like, he has like some PRs for MusicBrainz, responsibility for now header, footer kind of thing. And that's actually already a planned part during the hacking time and this summit. So we are starting moving towards that for MusicBrainz itself. Another is like, if Last.fm is actually pretty high on the results, what are they doing right? So like, because we have like all Last.fm context, maybe we can try to ask them what they used to do at the very least. Maybe that's of some use.
Well, I mean, what somebody should do is actually like take the list of the Last.fm pages on the fine-tooth comb and figure out what they're doing. I mean, we just look at the pages. Simon? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of it is
like. You didn't volunteer?
Oh, sorry.
Thanks a lot.
Oh, I actually don't mind digging through, but it is what Philip says, which is the basic. There's like the basic requirements that they'll have, which is like not a ton of spam, so they haven't been blacklisted. and then they've got mobile friendly and like unique content that's not just links. So that's like the basic, not just linking to other sites, but unique because they've got the chat and the bio that's usually unique content and user submitted photos. So some of that stuff we can't have, but I still think the default LB will be better indexed, and then we look at the details, like how can we tweak it.
So, like, my last question was about the YouTube implementation and when are you dropping it? Because, like, every week or so I will get a support.
Talk the monkey.
Every week or so I will get a support question about, I went to play this music on ListenBrainz and it showed me something completely different and what's going on. Which shows two problems. One is, like, some people arrive, I guess, through Google or something and see play on ListenBrainz and assume we're a streaming site to some sort, so they expect that we are always going to give the right thing because we have the music ourselves. But the main problem is that the YouTube thing is known to be absolute shit. So is there a reason we still have it?
Yes.
Like, is it like at least 50% correct? Because
yes, it's probably more. I don't think we've done a thorough testing. The problem is that it'll work until it will have some egregious results. What I got recently is someone who's trying to play some music, and the name of the artist is also the name of the cigarette brand. And the first YouTube result is, the title is Racist Commercial. And that's the result they're showing. We don't have a way to filter those results. There is a potential very hacky, unofficial, and unsanctioned way to access their internal API, which might allow us to get YouTube Music results.
Yes, I was going to say that at least
they don't have an API.
At least the web scrobbler does allow you to suggest if you want all the music results. So there must be a way to at least checking that.
I looked into it. The problem is that that's not kosher at all. They're using an undocumented, private,
so basically,
internal API.
we are likely to get deplatformed by YouTube again.
Yes.
If we do that. Okay.
If you tie it to your API key, it'll be done.
I have a dumb question because, like, from my testing and from what I've seen on the app side, the YouTube API works perfectly for us. Like, I've never seen a wrong result opened up from the app side.
I've never seen a correct result.
Are you using music, YouTube or YouTube Music?
I use the YouTube API to identify the song, get the video ID of it, and then using intent, I open the YouTube Music app. But like I'm at the only source. If Rob is saying that he faces the issue, then maybe it is a generic issue.
It really depends on the.
But like I've personally never seen. Like I've played Rob's music also, and then it opens up perfectly for me on the app.
The reason why we still have the YouTube player is that it's the only way we have currently of allowing users who are not subscribed to a streaming platform that we support to play music, which to me seems like a critical thing to keep. But the original idea was to combine players. So if you have Spotify logged in, you can also use YouTube if you can't find it on Spotify. I think that's going to be dropped. So if you have Spotify connected, it will play through Spotify. And if you can't find it, it will skip it and move on.
So what's going to happen with SoundCloud versus YouTube once you start supporting SoundCloud too now?
Well, SoundCloud, we first need to actually know what we
You'd have to select play with SoundCloud specifically.
Yeah.
Something like
We're not quite ready yet for SoundCloud.
Basically, the BookBrainz player will have an option which is play with one of these things that I'm connected to.
You might have preferences in ListenBrainz where you can order which player you want first. If you
I don't think it's going to be a question of which one first, it's going to be which one do you want, which one of these do you want.
So I think
because combining players is not working out well.
And for a song, you might have SoundCloud and YouTube, or the other, you might have YouTube and Spotify. So if the user gives preferences, you can.
I mean, a preference of just don't play YouTube stuff might actually be useful as well, I guess.
Yeah, that's something that's.
Yeah, that's Simon anyway, but. Simon.
So one of the things that I suspect that you described the YouTube matching algorithm to me at one point, and it's overly simplistic. Maybe what we can do is actually apply some of the things that I learned on how to do better matching with it. Like for instance, because right now we just take the first result. What we should do is actually look at the results and actually do another trying to edit distance. If the edit distance is entirely too far, it's like sorry, we don't have. I mean, I'd much rather have like sorry, we don't have a hit, than to serve out some screaming child video, to some sort of down tempo track that I want to listen to.
We can try. We can see what the results look like. The problem is that the Levenstein distance on the YouTube video title might be very flaky because it'll say music video for perfect title, perfect artist, 2021 version, edited by blah 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 blah, and that would be a fake result when it's the right thing.
Do you suppose that once we actually have full-blown Apple Music support, that we can actually get rid of the YouTube stuff and just feel good about it? Because now we're covering 70% of all users who have streaming services.
What percentage is that of users who are interested in using ListenBrainz but don't have?
I don't know how to answer that.
Anyways, let's Spotify integration.
Oh yeah, we're definitely keeping that. But we should move on for now.
Aristotle had a question.
Yay. Yeah, removing YouTube Player would be an absolute killer for me. And I'm sure there's lots of people. I fucking hate Spotify. I'm not going to sign up for any of those things, and that doesn't mean I'm not an audience for ListenBrainz if we remove it, but currently it is, I know I'm not going to get the accurate song necessarily, but it's extremely useful to hit the play button and maybe even get something from the same artist. I think how I see it is like a lot of MetaBrainz stuff though, where it's like more of a user experience issue, right? We were presenting something that to a lot of people, it's a play button, and what they expect is I'm going to get the perfect match.
Yeah. Yeah,
or I talked to Rob about this. We disable it by default, and in the settings you can enable it. Like even that would remove a lot of your basic user who just clicks it. But in general, I wouldn't remove functionality if it's a presentation issue where we just need to manage expectation. That can be a pop-up or it can be a settings thing. So I think yes to the frustration. I think it's not good that user expecting something they're not getting it. But I think we can manage it, and we should talk about it.
Yeah, maybe just have a thing that says the results are YouTube.
Yeah. Do you still want to use it? And for me, I'm like, yes, I do. And some people are like, no, like I want to listen to a playlist of all the.
Yeah, it's problematic when you're in a playlist and you want to.
Yeah, and that's not what I'm.
So one of the long-term features that I want to see for ListenBrainz Local is have ListenBrainz Local actually make the local collection available on the web to Brainz Player in ListenBrainz.
Mm-hmm.
So that makes ListenBrainz Player playable into a local collection.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure how well that's going to work, but could be very interesting.
Yeah. Would it be possible to have a way so like when you are playing the YouTube player, it would say something like wrong result, see here, and then we explain that it's a kind of a not so super accurate matching, and that it's a fallback thing, because that would probably at least avoid people writing to me and being like, hey, your thing is shit, because it would be like, we acknowledge our thing is shit.
Yeah, totally. Totally. Yeah,
that's a tooltip under each video.
That's managing managing expectations. It's just letting them know, look, we know it's not great, you should know it too, but that is that's the function. That's the way to go.
We have that.
So I think the only presentation we have left would be for Picard. Correct me if I'm wrong. Mm-hmm. Not sure if you want to do a presentation.
Let's do one tomorrow.
Okay.
But I can prepare a little bit.
Okay, all right. I was just wondering if you could just shoehorn everything and get everything done today.
The only thing we had talked about is community management, but they have very little to say about it anyway. So
do you want to just do that for the next 5 minutes?
I can do that for the next minute. Simon, do you want to? Do you want to say anything about community management yourself as well?
I'll add something to the end, but
let's just fill out the last 12 minutes, and then we'll have our first day done.
Yeah.
We'll do Picard tomorrow morning, and then we'll do planning, and then carry on tomorrow. Planning tomorrow. After this, the only conversation we should have is like, where's dinner? And when do we want to go for a nicer dinner?
oh no. We should.
Doing very important stuff.
I mean,
Yeah. I need a background, right? So that seems appropriate.
oh yes.
Anyway, so like a quick update on community management. So like as we spoke during MusicBrainz bit, we mostly get spam in MusicBrainz, and like also like we mostly get other community issues in MusicBrainz, just by virtue of it being the biggest project and also the one with most person-to-person socializing. So there's a bunch of things that we have seen that are reasonably new. One is that we actually have someone reporting spam all the time. Thanks, Japan. The good thing about that is that we actually catch most of the editors actually adding active spam edits rather than just being passively having a spamming by your URL pretty quick, and we remove them pretty fast. We now can also remove the spammy edit nodes. We do not currently have a way to hide their actual edits, which will still include the URL that they, for example, added and things like that, without a link because it will be gone, but it will still be there. So that's something that would make sense on the MusicBrainz side to get rid of this. We have a problem where we don't actually have accounts across the, we don't have a single thing on for everything in the sense that, or we do, but we don't have like MetaBrainz users, which means that someone who is vandalizing one project might also be vandalizing all the others, and we don't really have a quick way of seeing that, or honestly a quick way of acting on that, because if someone is vandalizing MusicBrainz, I don't need to check if they're vandalizing BookBrainz. I would like to ban them from everywhere because they're clearly not, trustworthy anyway in any project. I recently got added to the BookBrainz admin tool, which at least would allow me to do something about those users in BookBrainz if I find them. Most of them, of course, they were not deactivated there, but I understand BookBrainz does not yet have a reporting mechanism for users, but I guess it doesn't make sense to implement that inside BookBrainz now if we're planning to move to MetaBrainz user accounts soon anyway. So we have seen to some degree AI / LLM / the bullshit generator created posts, edit notes, things like that, of people who are just commenting in our forums with absolute bullshit generated texts, or who are writing CriticBrainz reviews that are actually just ChatGPT, please review this, or who are leaving edit notes which are 10 paragraphs long, and where obviously it's just as someone asked ChatGPT to leave an edit note, or to create an edit note or whatever for something like that. We don't yet have a good way to deal with that, although did we already make them official, these changes to the CriticBrainz guidelines?
CriticBrainz, but it doesn't apply to anything else yet.
Sure,
but
so right now we have guidelines for CriticBrainz where you are allowed technically to use it as long as it's not completely obvious that you didn't write it and a machine did. That works for now. It will stop working once it's not completely obvious a machine did it for the most egregious cases, but it's a start. But that's something we might need to look into in the future if it keeps getting worse. We have had a significant amount of spam which is coming from the same, either the same IP where like yesterday we originally thought that we're not going to need more than 50 rows anyway for the same IP because no one's going to create more than 50 accounts for the same IP anyway. So we don't need pagination. Yes, we do. we have like situations where, for example, entire email providers should probably be blacklisted, either to the point where like we automatically mark anyone using them spammers, or at least to the point where we like report, also an automatic report to like a community management team, like likely a dodgy user. Do you want to like should it be banned or allowed?
Yeah, throw away email address.
I mean, there are some people which legitimately use those to some degree. I mean, like I'm not sure how legitimate it is, but they do legitimate editing at least. It's not majority. So yeah,
it should probably just be flagged.
And basically, that's like the main short-term improvements I could see. I also need to work on some tools that actually allow me to mark a lot of people as spammers in one go. But basically, we're in a situation where we're never actually going to be able, without very different new tools, to get rid of like the kind of spam accounts that just create spam on their profile and are never active, of which there are probably hundreds of thousands. I don't know to what degree that's a problem. I mean, it might not be a problem unless some of them are actually spamming something illegal and someone complains at some point because of that. But
that's an easily resolved problem.
Oh, sure.
And if they're not active, nobody sees their profile?
Well, as I said, like they can technically be found through things like the editors for this area situation, but like I'm not sure like if we even let Google index that. If we do, I'm not even sure if we should. Maybe we should just block that one from in robots. I mean, like we have had a lot of situations where like people are self-competing because we stopped requiring people to stop being beginners before they can vote. So we had to reinstate that. So beginners now can leave edit notes, but they again cannot vote on edits. There is a problem with that, which means that because beginnership was supposed to be a temporary situation, but it really isn't. So that's the thing, because like we have so many auto edits, a lot of people never get to 10 voted through edits. So that's something we're looking into. But I think it's very clear we cannot trust people to not abuse the system if we let beginner editors vote in any case. So the 2-week requirement is probably there to stay at the very least.
Is that because of sock puppets?
Yes. So basically, we
someone
immediately
creates spam and then creates 5 accounts.
Not even spam. But like, for example, an artist creates an account, adds their music in a very terrible way, and then creates like 3 or 4 other accounts just to immediately vote on that stuff and get it through. And then like people cannot actually stop the bad changes coming in, or especially a common case is they don't like the stuff we have anymore. They delete it. They want to delete it, which goes against our deletion policy, and then they start creating accounts to push the deletion through. That's one of the main reasons why you have to block things. Ivan?
If the requirements for 10 edits for not being flagged as a beginner,
yeah.
If it's really a barrier, maybe we can think about another way.
Yes. So we would. I have a pull request open right now that would make all beginner edits votable. That would make it so all the edits by beginners actually go through the vote, so they don't have auto edits. So I have a pull request open right now that would make it so beginner edits will always go through the voting queue, so they won't actually go through as auto edits. But I literally had some comments today about how. Because the voting queue is big enough, that would actually let a lot of people through without any check. So, like one proposal that we have, I have mentioned to the main voters is about requiring 10 yes votes on their edits before they stop being beginners. But we have to still decide exactly how that should work.
Yeah, it can be a number of different voters. It can be having some kind of edits. If you want for the people not to be considered as beginners,
sure.
They need different kind of edit, even if it's auto edits, or we can maybe have auto editors to be able to unflag the beginners.
Yes, I mean, we don't really have, I think, enough auto editors voting to cope with that. with that last one. Although I mean, like, I agree that that would be a good sign of like them being ready or whatever. But I think that might be putting too much work on a small amount of photo editors right now. But like, I agree with several of those.
Not the only thing, but
yeah, sure, like a combination of
things. You can have.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, my question is basically, why do we want beginners to become a regular editor who can vote if they do not have edits which have been voted on? So
sure,
I don't actually see the problem with this.
Well, the problem is that basically that makes them unable to add edit notes to other edits. So for example, if they add something and someone else is changing it and they think that's wrong, they cannot actually leave a comment, for example. That's the general problem that we've seen, and they make them unable to vote. So they might have added stuff or whatever, but they cannot actually vote on changes to like things they know about. Rob, is it about finishing?
Yeah, it's now just before 7, and we haven't really gotten the community update, and we're just now mired in a discussion on MusicBrainz nuances.
Yeah, we can continue that the next time.
Let's just call it an evening because our time is now exactly now up. And let's pick up on this tomorrow, but let's break the spam conversation into a separate
absolutely. So, like, Simon, is this okay for tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do it tomorrow.
Alright. Well, aside from the technical glitches, that was a good first day.
Alright, now I've got to figure out how far behind the YouTube stream is. Figure out how long I have to leave this on for, because I think it keeps getting longer based off the comments of people.
Well, would it make more sense for us to just say, okay, we're not doing the YouTube live?
Yeah, that's the plan.
Only Zoom and then
well, I'm going to ask if they'd rather have it delayed but kind of live, or rather have me just record it and then put the whole thing up later.
I think that's the better plan.
I think so. Like, if you want it live, be on Zoom.
Oh yeah, but that's what I'm like. If you don't care about being live, the YouTube stream is still doing its job and the audio is good. So like that's
actually last year I listened to the YouTube stream because I could go away and have a break, and then I could simply rewind and listen to the sections.
It was mostly with a cable, and now it's probably better.
It's better, apart from the time lag, but the frame rate is better. But yeah, let's.
We should do a checklist, some checklist for next year.
I've already been taking notes of like what to
prepare.
There's going to be a document for sure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean,
I think we should have the Monday, not starting with presentation on Monday.
Do you know why
So we have a Monday where we are just setting everything
shows
up.
MusicBrainz might not be showing in my
conversation
listens feed in ListenBrainz.
So
like, have you seen like issues?
Presentation on Tuesday.
And Rob said that too. So I thought I was doing it.
Not yours.
No, I thought I was doing it this year by coming in really early. Because last year we had this, but it was kind of because the setup was like last minute. So I thought I'll come in 4 hours early, set it up, and then it'll be, and then it's like, okay, I think we need the day.
Want to yeah, it's not actually charging with this plug, so I don't know if it's the problem with that one or if it's my charger which is no longer.
Well, it might be actually.
Yeah, it's worked for like a minute, but it's not charging. So I'm gonna check. Yeah, that one is good. So it's at least not my charger.
Guess we should.
You need a new one.
No.
you.